Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the quarterfinals. My name is Jessie February.
And I'm Katharina Reinecke. Nice to be here again with
Yes,
you.
and happy International Chess Day, by the way, Katerina.
Yeah, the 20th of July. I've seen so many news about it already. So, yeah, I guess we're celebrating that chess is awesome today with more awesome chess. So, even better. And we already got the first moves. So, yeah, really exciting matches are coming up. And I see you have the board of Nana against Lei Ting open, right?
Yes, I do. It was board 1, the first board that we can take a look at today. And in addition to that, we do also have something to share with the audience, is that there are some like do or die moments for some of the players today, because we had 2 draws and 2 decisive results from the 4 games that we looked at. And I can
I
also
just
see that
chat
this
just
is
said
a...
I'm a little bit.
Go ahead.
I'm not. Chat just said that I'm a little bit less loud than you.
Oh,
Um,
okay. I will make sure to fix that. We were just trying to get the boards uh, refreshed so that everything is
but
back.
yeah, in the meantime, I can tell you something because I just saw that yesterday Nana, she lost on time, but it wasn't on purpose. She lost on time because she thought she already crossed the 40th move because she wrote one move twice on her score sheet.
Oh,
So yeah, that's why she thought she's already on her 40th move, and I saw an interview about it. I mean, she was in a losing position anyway, so luckily she didn't like threw her game with that. But yeah, always make sure, guys, to double check. And yes, we are also back live on YouTube. So in case you want to watch there, yes. So that's uh, about that.
yeah, I didn't actually know that she had, in fact, lost on time. So thank you for filling us in there. I'm just going to lower my own volume because I realized that maybe I'm a little bit too loud. That's like the first ever. And yeah, it's always good to look at your opponent's notation, double check with your own notation to know that you've actually gained that extra 30 minutes. Because I know that with the sort of modern DGT clocks, they don't automatically add that 30 minutes. It sort of waits for your time to lapse. And it's, even though you know you've reached 40 moves, it's still a scary moment. It's like, I have to double check. I don't want to
I'm
lose on
always
time.
double checking, and I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the clock. Do I get the extra 30 minutes or did I miss something? So
Exactly.
yeah, it's always a little bit of a scary moment. But yeah, as you already said, Nana today is in a must win situation with the black pieces. So this is not gonna be easy. Um, and we see that she's going for Sicilian, right? So I think just in general in top level chess, like the Sicilian in general is known to like maybe have a board on fire. So this is good if you like have to win. But yeah, at the same time, it could also go the other way around.
Yeah, Nana is in a must win situation. Shall we take a look at this game from the start? I always love a good Sicilian.
Yes, please.
Okay. So e4, c5, c3. So we have an Alapin on the board straight up. What are your feelings about the c3 Sicilian?
Um, I mean, I'm not playing it myself with either side, but I like it. Yeah, I think it's really. I mean, you can already see how many people have played it. It's really. I'm not the only one who think that's a good opening. But yeah, I mean, it's like really hard because there are so many possible variations. I mean, even here, you can play with black like knight f6, d5, e6, d6, I think, or maybe even g6, b6. I don't know. So there's so many different openings that you can consider. So yeah, it's a jungle of variations.
Love that jungle of
Yeah,
variations. I'm gonna start using that. It's a jungle out there. Yeah, yeah. I've always received a lot of comments and maybe even hate when it came to playing the elephant with white pieces, because it's sort of conceding this idea of, allowing black to get in d5 immediately, because you're not playing knight f3, you're not, going for d4 immediately. So it gives black a chance to at least equalize directly. So yeah, there are lots of ways for black to play. And, you are a e4 player sometimes, and I like to boast that now you're an e4 player. What is your main approach against the Sicilian?
Oh, I play the Rossolimo.
Okay.
So
Oh, Rossolimo. I like that. I'm also a huge fan of the Rossolimo. And here, okay, so going for just this very popular line with knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. And this in itself here, after knight b6, 2,000 games with bishop b5. And so they're still following theory, I'm assuming here, and oh, this is the current position, right?
yes, after bishop b5, this is the current position. And I mean, this is already, we have a really interesting position already. So this is not symmetrical at all. I mean, white took all the space in the center. The thing is, like, if you can develop all your pieces securely behind it, then you're fine. But they could also get a little bit loose. So you need to double check always that you're able to protect all of it. And black can always take on e5 when it's a good moment. Maybe even here, black should probably take the pawn, because otherwise, yeah. Okay, we're not threatening to take ourselves or anything, but it just helps to play against Isolani, I guess, if you take back with the knight. Because I don't think you would want to take back with the pawn as white when black decides to take, because then you can take on d1 and you have to take back with the king, and that's not great. So I guess you can just take here and then play against Isolani when white takes back with the knight.
I'm loving that I can see the moves right now. This is super. And I always struggle to like go for these lines with the Isolani, like you mentioned, IQP, against a higher rated player or player of the same strength as I am, because as much as you can know exactly what to do with it, it's always a gamble. Sometimes you won't be able to avoid the exchanges of pieces, or maybe even getting rid of the isolated pawn at some point. Like, you're willingly going into this, and it can have its strengths and its weaknesses, so it can go both ways. And this for me is always like a gamble, and I do not like gambling when it comes to my chess games. Yeah.
That's true. Is pawns structures with isolated pawns are not that easy. So I mean, you just like when you play with the isolated pawn, you should play with like. Okay, we don't have it. She decided to play d5 instead. But yeah, when you have the isolated pawn, you have to go for activity because you just have a weakness. Okay, d5 here. That's interesting. So we're allowing actually white to have that to have more space, and we're not questioning it by taking there. And I mean, if we put our bishop maybe in the future on d3 again, when black decides to castle, like white also have a really nice attack here with the pawn on e5, everything ready to maybe launch an attack there.
I like that idea a lot. Wow.
Yeah, I think I would really prefer this position here with the white pieces right now.
Indeed, it's looking a lot like a French structure for black, I would say. Like an advanced French.
Oh, so you would love to play black here?
Maybe it depends. It's just like an advanced, maybe white
Yeah.
actually, because I like to keep the pawn on c5 instead of taking. Taking, I'm just going to remove your arrows. I'm so sorry. I know it's a work of art, But with the c5, you're taking the pawn, you're giving up or allowing at least white to access the square with the knight, and that's really, really good for white. So maybe even not playing with the black pieces here, just directly choosing with white. But the nice thing for black is that, black is not forced to play e6 immediately. You can get the bishop out, you can exchange the bishop and then play e6, and then you've gotten rid of this very weak bishop, and in a closed sort of static central structure, you don't have to fight looking for some space for the bishop. You have your two knights, and maybe it's not so good for, white's bishop pair in the meantime while the center is closed. And there we have knight c3 as predicted here. So I'm assuming, and I'm guessing, that this bishop is going to come out next, right before e6 is played.
So you don't want to suffer like in a French here. You want to put it out before you play e6.
I've played enough games to have learned from my mistakes. So get the bishop out is the way to go.
Yeah, maybe even right now, just bishop to g4. I think that seems logical. Also pinning the knight on f3, questioning that a little bit. Seems like a good move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking at whether it would be a good idea to just capture the knight directly after h3, or bringing the bishop back and sitting comfortably on a square like g6. Because white has quite a lot of space in the center and could even afford to play a move like g4 if the bishop does retreat instead of taking on f3. And I've fallen prey a lot of times to this sort of maneuver of losing the space, thinking, okay, I'm creating some weaknesses for white on the king side, but it's in fact just so much better for white spatially, and it's hard to fight back from that point. So it will be very interesting to see how black responds to h3 after bishop g4. But I think our money at the moment is on bishop g4, and I can even see it's in the master database. I didn't look at that until now, and feeling proud.
True. Yes, bishop g4 is a top line move here. Yeah, we should definitely come back how Nana is managing to get some play in this position, because she is in a must-win situation. But yeah, for now I would go to the second board, which is Divya against Harika. And here we see again, when we just look at the time, that Divya again seems to have the better preparation. So out of the opening, as long as I looked, she was always up on time. So she seems to be really good prepared for all of her games. And yeah, yesterday they drew. Nothing crazy happened. It was a really equal game. So if someone manages to win today, they're in the semifinals, which is huge. But if they draw again today, then we have them in the tiebreaks tomorrow. Not gonna lie, I would also love to see that, because I just think this is so exciting. Like anyone in the tiebreaks, it's a lot of emotion always. So yeah.
Indeed. It's always nice to have that extra day of fast-paced chess. I think it's the nice thing about commentating on the World Cup. And I know that with the classical chess, it's a little bit slower. There's still a lot to talk about, but with the fast pace, we're shouting and we're screaming, and I can see us being like full of energy, during those tiebreak days. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that we'll have at least one of those games, maybe even 2 or 3, or you know what? If luck prevails, all 4 players going into tiebreaks. I'm not sure how we're going to switch games, to be honest. You're going to have to manage that a lot, Katharina.
Sorry, switch games?
Yeah, if we're looking at 4 rapid games or 4 blitz games at the same time, I mean...
Oh, you mean that? Yeah. That would be insane. But to be honest, if I had to bet, I would say not everyone is going into tiebreaks. I do think some of our top 1 players will have to leave after today. I mean, especially those 2 who lost yesterday, which are Nana Dzagnidze and Yuxing Song. I think those are in great danger. But yeah, if we have 4 rapid games, then it's gonna be a stressful day tomorrow. That's true.
Indeed. Okay, so shall we look at the opening? See what's going on?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Walk me through.
I will walk you. I will lead you astray. I promise.
Awesome.
Okay, so d4, and Oh, hang on.
We
We
have
have a sort of.
hit on both sides.
So maybe
Yeah,
you
she's
can
but she's not
actually.
playing with c4 yet, so
Oh,
she's waiting to play c4 to just not have any sidelines, I guess. And yeah, she just decided to do it on move 6. I mean, she also could have played d4, d5, c4, but then there are always also the lines that black can take on c4 really early, so I guess she just didn't want to go into that. But okay, Divya takes right after she played
oh,
c4, and
I really like
yeah,
this.
this is again like we talked about it yesterday, that black like takes on c4, and therefore white needs to take some time to win this pawn back. Oh, sorry, I
Oh,
didn't want
I
to
want to
destroy that.
follow. Not at all. I want to follow your like thought process here. So I'm hoping that it'll update.
Yeah, no, so in these lines, like you can, as black, never really play b5. I mean, one, because a4 was already played, but also like this diagonal would just be way too weak then. So to protect this pawn here with the knight, I I do like the idea, but you also need to be like, if white starts marching with the pawn here, then your knight has to move again. So you shouldn't be too slow here in developing your pieces as black. But yeah, the same that we said yesterday. Yeah, like black takes the pawn and knows, okay, at some point they're gonna win it back, but we want to get some time in between. So yeah.
I decided to mute myself very briefly on the stream because there are a couple dogs who also wanted to partake in the analysis of this position, feeling the excitement of this game in the background. I am sorry about that. But yeah, who let the dogs out, right? I'm going to
I
stop
love
talking.
that. I love that background music.
Are you a dog or a cat person, by the way?
I never had either.
Okay.
So I can't really take a side too strong.
Yeah. But
So
if
yeah,
you
I
were to
don't
choose, do you like animals first and foremost?
yeah, I do like animals.
Okay.
Well, that's a hard question. I guess for now, probably I would choose a cat, because like a dog is way more I think it's harder when you are young to have a dog for yourself, because it's a lot of, I mean, a cat is also a lot of commitment, but I
Yeah,
think a dog even more.
it's true.
But yeah, I'm not at the point of a life where I think I can I can do that right now.
It's a
How
full-time
about
job.
you? Are you a cat or a dog person?
I love animals in general, but I have a dog. His name is Coda. He's a husky.
Ah,
Yeah, and I understand that like commitment thing. It's hard to travel and do your own thing when you have a dog. I mean, thankfully, I have my mum who takes care of Coda when I'm away. But I miss him so much when I'm away. It's hard to travel with a dog that's like probably just as big as you are. So it's like it's tough.
wow,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
he's a big boy, and he's a grandmaster too. So he
So,
beats me in chess a lot. Yeah,
ah, I see.
yeah, along with chewing the pieces. But back to the game after knight d6. I haven't actually seen this. Have you played against, or at least had the position similar to this, where the knight has gone to d6?
No, I don't remember that I've seen like this maneuver here in these kind of positions. So yeah, that's really interesting here. I mean, also benefit is that it opens up your bishop, right?
Mm.
So your knight is not blocking anymore the view of the bishop on g7, so that's nice.
Yeah, indeed. So e4 as predicted, as you predicted, knight
Hmm.
to a3. I love this knight a6 maneuver, especially seeing the live board out of like the corner of my eye, seeing where this knight ended up being. So knight b4, and after queen e2, knight d3,
Ah.
and this knight becomes an absolute
And her
beast.
time management. So it seems like she knows all of this, which is crazy.
Yeah, it looks
So we
like
need to look into the move knight takes c4, right? Because after knight takes c4, queen takes d3. But is that possible? Can we take on c4 here with white, or do I miss something? Because if you decide to take on c1, we can take on d6 with a check, I guess.
that's very true. All right, let's take a look at whether white can escape by simply winning the pawn back. And maybe the whole point of this line is that black gives the pawn back to white because that was an extra pawn, and also ends up with a bishop pair in this middle game. Because
That's
after
true. Yeah, we got the bishop pair in the meantime.
yeah, and this would be the result basically. An asymmetrical. Oh, I guess they made a couple
Oh, knight takes
moves.
c4 just happened.
It did. Oh,
We are future tellers. Yes, I think
we
it
are
did.
fortune tellers. This is amazing. I think we're missing a couple things though, right? We need those like headdresses and then like a globe, like a glowing ball, so that we can start predicting the future and just being like, Katharina is going to grow her hair like Rapunzel in 2 years. And then, okay, I'm a little unhinged today. I do apologize.
No, I love that.
Oh,
Okay, she is taking on c1, like what you said. She's just going to grab the bishop pair. I mean, white does have like a better center, a lot of space, but on the other hand, black has a bishop pair. So I think that's a really nice position you get out of the opening for black. Like, no big problems and just a nice bishop pair. So I think this was a really nice preparation from Divya here.
it is, and we can clearly say that she's still in her preparation because of her time management, or maybe she's just really fast at calculating. I don't know. Um, yeah, I'm trying to look at the result from yesterday. So, after their draw from yesterday, if they score another draw, they're definitely going into tiebreak. Who do you think between Harika and Divya is has maybe a larger possibility of winning the match?
Well, when I look at the tournament so far, Divya had played great chess. Like how she beat Su Jin was incredible. Like she was second seed in the tournament, like you told me yesterday, and she has really the will of winning. Like she's playing drawn positions, even if there's a perpetual until the end. She's really fighting for it. I mean, Harika, on the other hand, she beat Lucknow, I think, out of the tournament. So also a great chess player. But yeah, when I just look at how great Divya is playing so far, I think she's in a favorite. Also, when I look at the position, like getting this position out of the opening is really promising for black, I think.
I agree. And there was a really nice question in chat as well, which made me think, because I looked at the regulations quite a while back. The question was, if Divya wins the World Cup, she'll become a grandmaster. And I'm not entirely sure about that. I think that the title is Woman Grandmaster, which she already is, and an international master. Let me check.
But I think she can score a GM norm, right?
Yes, that's definitely possible. If she hasn't already.
But that would be really hard. Yeah.
Indeed. Okay, well, I'm doing my research in the meantime, and we get a very similar position out of what we discussed. I think after a5, maybe black's plan is to play something along the lines of castling, getting the king safe, and I'm not sure. What do you think the general plan in this middle game would be?
For white or for black?
For either side. I mean, initially I was thinking black with the bishop pair. But maybe...
I mean, with the bishop pair, you always say you want to open up the position. But first we should castle. I don't know, maybe at some point we can play with c5. I mean, not right now, but I mean, in case like white decides to take with the pawn, like our bishop is also gonna be great. I mean, right now, this construction here with, like, we do have a really weak square on b6 because, like, none of our pawns can protect that square anymore. But yeah, opening up the position somehow would be the way to go. But first, maybe just castle, get all your pieces into the game somehow. Not entirely sure how though. Oh, I have an idea. What about when you castle, when you play with b5? Because of takes, and if you decide to take, we have like bishop a6.
I like that. And rook d1, immediately getting out of that threat. Yeah, no, I do like that idea a lot.
True.
So rook d1, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes maybe even sacrificing a pawn is really an option here for black to get the position open to laser beam with the bishop pair.
I like that. And since it's not our pieces, we can probably look at ways in which to sacrifice those pawns. Yeah, something along the lines of d5 is on the docket for black. And on that question that we were talking about, the titles, I opened up the regulations of direct titles, and it looks like in the women's event, like table, the highest title that women can achieve in a women's event directly is Women Grandmaster. And if...
Yeah, I think it says here, Snow Leopardo pointed something out from Wikipedia, but I think they're referring to Women Grandmaster because it also says the player has to have a FIDE ranking of 2300, which would mean...
Exactly. So if you reach the top 8 in the Women's World Cup, you get Women Grandmaster directly. And of course, when I say directly, there's a new sort of threshold that you have to cross in terms of rating in order to attain that title. So, Katharina, that's actually qualifies for me as well. Like I won the African Championship, and with that comes like Women Grandmaster, but I have to cross 2100 first. So, yeah, this is like...
Yeah, there's always the 200 ELO rule. Okay, then maybe in that case, because this is like the interzonal thing, right?
Yeah.
Like you can get the title when you win like some of those interzonal tournaments, and then you only need 200 ELO less than you would originally need like for that title. And since this Wikipedia article is pointing out you need 2300, which is 200 points less than the Grandmaster title, maybe this is right, because here it says, like, from this article, the Grandmaster title is also automatically confirmed without needing to fulfill the above criteria when reaching the final 16 in the World Cup. So final 16 in the World Cup is here open section. It doesn't say woman. Or winning the Women's World Cup. So for the open section, top 16, for the woman, you need to win. So this sentence is really clear in its meaning. But yeah, if that's true, that would mean if like Divya or Song Yushin, who are the only players who are not a GM yet, could get the GM title by winning the Women's World Cup.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that. That's incredible. I really hope that... this means that they just have more than one thing to play for here. Candidate spot, huge prize bucket, and also the title. I think that's definitely on the list for them. And I hope that more than anything that they achieve this goal of theirs.
I also didn't know that, but thanks for pointing out. Or maybe if someone else has more information about it, let us know in the chat. We're always happy to learn. But yeah, as you said, there are also 3 spots for the candidate tournament. So
3, wow.
This is really crucial. And I'm wondering, we had this question yesterday. None of those players are already qualified because there's new regulation that the loser of the World Championship is not qualified already, right?
The loser of the world... Yeah, this is what I was wondering, because this is what the rule is with the Open. But maybe the regulations are different with the female. Because, as history suggests, there's only been 1 candidate for female so far. And maybe the rule states, if you are the loser of the Women's World Championship match, you qualify for the next candidate. So if anybody has some information regarding that, it'll be awesome to know what the qualification is, because the list is short. I think there's only, 8 players who qualify for the candidates. So everybody wants a piece of the pie. It is 8, right? I'm not mistaken. I think it's like it's 14 rounds, like double round robin. I think,
The candidates?
yes.
I'm not 100% sure.
No problem. We can do some research. Yeah, so lots of homework for chat at the moment, which we'll be checking. Shall we go on
The
to the
thing is,
next?
I was never in a place to qualify for the women's candidate, so that's just the only reason why I don't know exactly how many people are participating.
You know what, Katharina,
I only know that Vaishali, who
Yes.
is on board 3, she scored 4th place at the last candidates. After, I think, losing the first 4 rounds, she made a comeback and winning like 5 in a row. I think that
Incredible.
was what it was. But that would mean, oh yeah, if there were 9 rounds, that mean 8 people. Okay.
Oh,
wait,
I thought it's a double
just
round
forget
robin.
what I said.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
I
it's a double round
completely.
robin.
We're on the same page.
But I do think she lost the first 4 rounds, so
That's incredible that she made a comeback. Yeah.
she did made a huge comeback. And today she's playing against Tan Zhongji. And yesterday the position ended in a draw after Vaishali had a really good position out of the opening. She was up 2 pawns, but it was super complicated. And then she was down in exchange, but secured the draw really well in the end game. And yeah, what position do we have today? I see a pawn on c3. What happened here? Black is up a pawn and has a protected passed pawn on c3.
Yeah, I think
Should
they
we look
watched
into
our
the
stream.
opening?
We should. But I think they watched our stream yesterday, Katharina, because Connect 3 seems to be
Oh
the
yeah,
trend of this quarterfinal.
that's our thing now, I guess.
Yeah, d4, d5, c4, and maybe we'll see a Catalan. I guess not. This is just... Oh, I am mistaken. But knight c3 in the Catalan, is that normal?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really playable. I mean, not a mainline, of course, but I just look at the databases also have been played many times before.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I see no problem with that.
An early 95, very nice, putting pressure on the c6 pawn. And oh, this is also a very, very common way to deal with it after knight a4. And this is how we got the pawn on c3. So black has tried to keep the extra pawn. And I'm looking at these knights, complete nightmare here for the black pieces, with the knight eyeing this b6 square. a3.
And also this knight could go to c5 as well. This could also be an idea here to just question the bishop on b7. And imagine if I play knight c5 and you take here. Like, this bishop is dead.
That's true.
You can never play
I never
c5
considered that.
again.
Yeah. Wow. This
But
is
yeah,
tricky.
just I think knight b6 is also, yeah, you also need to consider that. So just to sum up those ideas. But on the other hand, black is up a pawn. So if black can hold on to that pawn,
And
that's a
make
really
it
nice
out.
pawn.
Yeah.
So
Making it out
I
of
do
the
think
opening
white has
phase.
compensation,
Mhm.
though. Mhm.
Compensation, yes. Because it's hard for black to develop. Oh, I can see that chat went into full research mode.
I love that. I need to read through that.
Basically, the 8 candidates for 2026 are 2 from the Grand Prix, 3 from World Cup, 2 from the Grand Swiss. Overall performance in key FIDE women's events. That sounds very much like a wild card spot. Like if someone performed just exceptionally throughout the circuit and didn't qualify, I think that spot goes to them, right? Yeah, so 8 candidates. As far as I'm concerned, it's 14 rounds of classical chess. Like, it's pretty grueling, and rightfully so. I mean, the winner of the candidates goes to the World Championship match. So double round robin, one with black, one with white, and you sort of have to be both physically and mentally fit for a competition like that. But how cool would it be, Katharina, now that they have a women's candidates, and the first one was very successful, I believe, for us to fight for one of those spots one day? I think that we can, if we put our minds to it. Give us about 5 years and we'll be there, I think.
Sure, we can do anything. Kids, nothing is impossible.
Stay in school, play the candidates. Don't do bad things unless you don't get caught. Then it's fine. You can do bad things. So, 3.
What?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. A3 is on the board and trying to break this pawn chain. So White says, listen here, I know you watched Katharina talk about Connect 3, and I want to turn Connect 3 into Connect 2. Precisely. But this bishop is beckoning to come out. I think White's plan here will also be to just paralyze Black's currently active pieces and try to prevent Black from developing anything else, because as you mentioned, White is a pawn down, Black has this extra pawn, and if White can capitalize on that in the opening, I think they definitely will try to. So Tang Zhongyi's task at hand here is either to undermine the pawn structure, which she's already done with A3, or just complete her development and start an attack as soon as possible, because White's king is safe, Black's king is still in the center, so I think if there's ever a time to attack, it's now. I still want to find a way, as you mentioned, to try and block this bishop out. And as soon as you said knight c5, I'm like, yeah, I prefer that over knight b6, 100%. So I hope to see it. I really do. Shall we, Katharina, go to game number 4?
Go to the next game?
Yes.
Sure. So here is Humpy, who won her game yesterday with the white pieces. And I saw her interview where she said, yeah, it's going to be a tough game tomorrow with Black, because White will put a lot of pressure on me because she's in a must-win situation. So I'm really curious about the opening choice here. So I guess we should take a look. And it's the Jobava London, isn't it?
Oh,
wow,
now we're
that's
talking.
an interesting opening choice. Oh, is that something you love?
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday. I said I'm not a huge fan of the classical London.
Yeah,
you
said you played it, right?
Yeah, the Jobava London, I took a look at it. There's like a whole book about it. I know for a fact that there's a book. I'm very curious to know why Black allowed this knight b5. And I know that it's still part of theory. And I was a little bit shocked that there was some text, written about this opening itself. I actually thought it was a meme at first, just like the Bon Cloud or something else. But then James Canty also came out with a Chessable course, and a lot of people started playing it. So I was like, you know what, let's just jump on this trend, see what's happening. And one of the most common moves in Jobava London to stop this knight b5 idea is a6, like right in the beginning on like move 3 or 4, just to prevent it. But it looks like Humpy Canary
But I mean,
knows.
if you look at it now, now after c6, like we also, like, White just wasted 2 moves, right, to go there and back. And our knight on a6 is not terrible. We can go to c7 at some point, or maybe like the knight is also helping us to play c5 maybe in the future. So I don't think it's a problem here to have the knight there.
Oh, I want to see your arrows. Can we do arrows again? Is this after knight c3?
Oh, wait, let me check.
Yes.
Oh, not there. We go.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so I think the knight is like also helping some stuff here. So it's not a terrible knight. So White also lost 2 moves to go to b5 and go back.
And at what cost? Just to get the knight to a6 probably. Yeah. So maybe that's why she allowed it. Yep, she allowed it, and she's like, you know what, I've gone through this. Give me your best. Throw in the kitchen sink and I will catch it. So a3 to stop the queen from grabbing a pawn, because I think this queen is actually getting trapped right after knight a4. there's nowhere to go. And so a3 is a very nice way to just stop it without having to play something like b3, which just compromises the queen side dark squares just so much, allowing bishop b4, etc. So a3, c5, and I like this for black. What do
Yeah,
you think?
we should take a quick look into why queen takes b2 is not working, because this is really instructive. I haven't figured it out right now, but like usually you should really consider 3 times if you want to take a pawn like this,
Oh, you
because
weren't
it just.
seeing? Sorry, I went through the line. I'm not sure if you can see my board.
Oh.
Not at
Oh,
all.
now I see it. Yes. Oh,
Okay,
so,
yes.
oh, you showed knight a4. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
No. I'm so
Okay,
happy
then we
that you
have it.
mentioned that. Yes. So exactly what I mentioned and what you're saying as well is that you always have to double check. And I've on many occasions, have you grabbed poison pawns on b2? I feel like we're all guilty of this at some stage in our chess careers. Are you there?
Sorry, what was the question? I was reading the chat right now, where it says all the cool kids start on Lichess, which I can 100% agree on. Yeah, sorry,
It's okay.
I'm not multitasking right now. Sorry, what was the question?
I can attest to that. I have like 100% ADHD brain. So we all have our moments. I completely get that. No, my question was, well, it was more like a rhetorical, but I think at some stage in our chess careers, everyone's fallen for this like queen takes b2 trick, right? So I mean, you grab a pawn because it looks free. You sort of want to take the pawn, come back to safety, and say, listen, what are you going to do about it? But yeah, you always have to double check, as you mentioned, taking a pawn.
I mean, it's not even like sometimes you don't like lose immediately, but it just takes so much time and gives the opponent like development, and you always have threats like in the future with rook b1 when the pawn on b7 might also be hanging. It just really, yeah, usually it's not good even if it's not losing on the spot.
Exactly. So c5 instead, and then my question was, I mean, black's pretty good here, no? Excuse me. I would prefer to play with the black pieces here.
But you're a Jababa London player, I thought.
Yes, but once again, this is like a very ideal French structure, so I'm very back and forth. Like if I could play both colors, I would. But here, maybe black pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the knight b5, knight back to c3 didn't really help too much. So it looks like it just wasted 2 moves, and in the meantime we played queen to b6 and knight to a6. So yeah, it looks like black has everything under control here.
I'm quickly gonna like move away from the camera so I can just blow my nose, but yeah, the stage is all yours. I'll be right back.
Awesome. Have fun doing that. So I can look more into this position, because we also need to consider if now maybe queen takes. Okay, it's still not working, is it? It's still not a threat. Okay. Maybe just knight f3 is here, is move, and then we can just play bishop e7 and castle short side. And at some point, we can try maybe to put our bishop to c6. I think I like it when the bishop would be there. So yeah, I mean, white always need to make sure that this is not working in the future, right? So it's not working right now, but yeah, you always have to consider if that pawn might not be hanging. So
Hopefully in the near future. Maybe something like bishop d7 could also prepare it, because then you're covering a4, and then white has to rethink defending the pawn, which they have in the live position.
that's a really good point.
Yeah, so shall we move along and just see what happened with knight f3? bishop d7. At any point, please stop me. Rook b1, bishop d6, getting rid of this bishop on f4 at least, and knight e5, which is our classical idea in the Jobava London, controlling the e5 square, and just trying to capitalize on the dark square control that white has here in the center. Knight b8, also another very I think a common idea here, trying to bring the knight back.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because earlier said you can easily go to c7, but she decided, okay, my knight is so much better on c6, so I really just want to go over the route over b8, because we're just attacking the center so much more, and on c7 we're not doing much. So she's willing to sacrifice a tempo to reroute the knight on the best square.
Yeah, maybe she can afford this tempo just because of the whole, you mentioned at the beginning, bringing the knight to b5 and then forced to bring it back as well. So maybe saying, okay, nothing major is happening, I can afford the time to just reroute the knight. And one question I do have is, how will black put pressure on this knight on e5? I was thinking one way is to castle, maybe bring the bishop to e8 and then play knight d7, because you also don't want to run into, playing an early knight c6, eventual knight c6 would be amazing, knight takes, and then like losing the bishop, which is undefended. So even in some cases, like in the French, f6 is one of the breaks. But again,
that's a really good point with that you can really play knight c6, because then taking on d7 and taking on d6, I didn't see that at first. Yeah, that's important to notice here.
Yeah, eventual knight c6 would be nice though, and I'm pretty sure that's on her mind to play. But what do you think about f6? What do you think about this idea? Do you think it weakens the king a little bit too much? Maybe it's quite nice to play like castles, knight e8, f6. It takes some time.
Yeah, if white already castled, that shouldn't be a problem, because you still have a lot of pieces to defend and your king is not weak or anything. So, it says you should never play f6 or f3, but I think this is an interesting plan, yeah. To make sure to have control over this e5 square again.
Indeed. And I'm seeing some comments in chat. Screws is using Ellen's emotes. Ellen is joining us in a couple days, Screws. Did you know that? But maybe you missed the news. At some point, though. I don't even know. Oh, yes, I fire my mods. When you stream, do you fire your mods as well sometimes if they're not doing their job?
Yeah, sure, always. No, I actually never did that. I appreciate all my mods so much.
Oh, okay. Is it like appreciate, or you fear them because they will form a union and just like one streamer, many mods,
That's true,
outnumber?
yeah, that can be dangerous.
It can be.
That's true.
Worry about the amount of power they can yield at any time. So a6 is a nice way to prepare queen c7, and also potentially a b5 later on, which bishop f3 tries to say, no, don't do it. So now it's the current position and black to move. I think it's incredible how we're on move 13 and not one single pawn or piece has been exchanged. This is getting interesting.
That's true. That's a really nice fact. Yeah, my first intuition would be just to castle short side here with black, like get the king out of the center. And then, you do have the tension here. You can take here anytime. And, white cannot take, because then the knight would be hanging on e5.
That's true.
So we have the power to decide if we want to take or not. And also we can play with b5 maybe and take all the space here on the queen side. So yeah, I do like this position here. And also, like you said, like knight c6 was not working earlier, but I think now it is working, because the queen is defending the bishop on d6 now, so there's nothing hanging anymore. So maybe knight c6 here is also a good move to consider.
Exactly. My thoughts are maybe because maybe protecting the pawn is very crucial, like taking the bishop and then taking the pawn, and it's going to be very difficult to recapture with the bishop, that knight c6. But how do you prepare knight c6? Would you push the pawn? Would you take the pawn? Because with taking the pawn, you're also opening up the e-file for white.
Wait, you're saying you cannot play knight c6 because you lose a pawn?
I was thinking about, let's just make some moves for a second. We take, and maybe it's necessary to take with the queen,
maybe?
or the knight. Right, and then knight takes. But I don't know. I was thinking about some instance where, you know, you would take and it wouldn't be possible to take back. Maybe I was just seeing some ghosts, which happens a lot. I really need to get checked or tested for that. Or even, you know, taking
No,
the
I
knight.
think in this position,
Maybe
this,
like here.
could be already working with knight c6 actually.
Yeah, maybe I was looking at something like this at some point. But some instance where, okay, queen takes is forced, and then, you know, takes, like something like this would be interesting, I guess. Yeah. But maybe knight c6 is the way to go, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Or, okay, castles, your first move.
Okay,
You got it.
For the castle.
Look at you and the telepathy. Love it. But the ideas are still open here, like a queenside attack, bring the knight.
I mean, she can probably... I mean, if knight c6 is working, she can still do it in the next move, so there's no rush doing that.
Yeah, no pieces off the board, no rush to do much. Okay, so let's loop.
We need to remind ourselves white is in a must-win situation, so yeah, we should come back to this board later.
True.
And just be inspired of how she's trying to get some play here in this position.
Yeah, given her opening choice, I think we'll definitely see some fireworks. Okay, so shall we go back to Nana Dzagnidze versus Lei Tinji?
Yes, please.
Alrighty.
Oh, and the bishop appeared on d3 like I said might be an option, and black didn't castle yet. So as a French player, you probably also know the experience when you just say, well, I'm just not gonna castle, do what you want there.
Oh, I feel so called out right now. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Never stop. Yeah, these are one of the one concerns with the French, because you're conceding the central control, and often that means a weak kingside and an easy attack for white on the king side. With these pawns sort of pointing towards the king, you often want to really be careful before castling, either by playing h6 or g6 to prepare it, but I think you have to be very sure, because along with moving a pawn, it also creates a weakness. So maybe the black king will stay in the center for now. I also imagine that black's final try to break in the center will be very tricky to achieve, just because this rook is already looking at e6, and it will be very difficult to get this to work without creating some problems for yourself. Because I know for a fact, after f6, white might just take it and say, thank you, I'm very happy, even though I'm giving you some of the center back, your e6 pawn is backwards and very weak. So whatever white or whatever black decides to do here is probably, it's a crucial moment. You have to make a very, very wise decision. We might see an h6. I think this is one of the moves that black will consider. What do you think here? What do you think black will maybe play? Is this thing on?
I mean, I'm thinking I'm not familiar to play these positions here with black, and I'm not liking it as well. Oh wow, this was not a move that was on my list here, g5. Yeah, I guess maybe she can just launch an attack herself, like with g5, h5, and keep the king in the middle and try to win. I mean, she is in a must-win situation, so it does make sense. that she will try to get some play here. But yeah, g5 was not a move I expected here, to be honest. I mean, it weakens your king a lot. Like you cannot castle short set anymore after g5.
Yeah, G5 didn't even cross my mind, to be honest. And the last time I saw an idea like this being initiated was much earlier in an opening where, it is the advanced variation in the French, and G5 is then delivered with the idea of playing H5, G4, and just like leaving the king in the center. It does mean that your rooks won't be as coordinated as you'd like it to be, but at least in the moment, it will be difficult for white to make any progress on the king side because of the space that these pawns are going to gain. Katharina, I did not expect this. Wow.
But I'm all here for it. This is fireworks. This is exciting. Like, she's in a must-win situation. She's
Yeah.
going for it. She's trying to mate her opponent. So that's good stuff that we're seeing. So it looks like the games are heating up.
Indeed, I'm here for it as well. I'm very excited to see what Nana must be thinking, and it was a very good idea for you to watch those interviews because I didn't watch them. I didn't watch the interviews from yesterday, so it's nice that you're filling in the gaps for us there, what they were thinking, what their frame of mind is going into today. So she probably said just YOLO. She's like, you know what, nothing to lose, and everything
Yeah,
to
that's
gain.
true. She really does not have anything to lose. But is Lei Ting-Jie the number 1 seed in this tournament?
That's a good question, and I have the starting ranks here. Yes, Lei Ting-Jie is
Okay, so
number 1 with 2552 rating, and second one was Diana Zhu, who got knocked out in the previous round, Tan Zhongyi, who is still in the running, and
oh wow, so the top 3 seeded were Chinese.
yes, and then Indian with Humpy Canero seeded 4th. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, good to know. A little bit background knowledge there. And we see still 3 Chinese players in there and also 4 Indian players. So
Yeah.
let's go back to the all-Indian match today
Let's do it.
with that transition here.
That's a very smooth transition. I love it. I was looking at the top 10
And
actually, Katharina, if I may. Sorry for interrupting you. The top
yes,
10
please.
players, just to see who's still in the running in the top 10. In 10th, we have Harika. In 8th, we have Nana Dzagnidze. We have 4th, Humpy Canero. 3rd, Tan Zhongyi. And Lei Ting-Jie. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the top 10 still in the
And then it
running.
would be interesting who has been knocked out. So Zhu Jinner, we already heard about this. Was Katerina Lagno in the top 10?
Yes, Katerina Lagno in 7th, Anna Muzichuk.
Maria Musishuk?
Anna Muzichuk,
Anna
yes.
Musishuk.
In 5th, Alexandra Goryachkina. I don't remember where she played or got knocked out. Maybe in the previous round. Not? I don't recall her name. But Alexandra didn't play, no? She didn't play. Yeah, Alexandra didn't play. I don't know why she was on the list. Oh, she did. She did. She played against Marriott, and it was the young girl from Uzbekistan. Oh, from Kazakhstan,
Who
sorry.
knocked her out.
Yes. Kamalidenova.
That's cool.
Yep, who won 2.5 against her 1.5. Wow, very, very huge upset then for her. And then losing against Vaishali in the tiebreaks in the previous round. So she made it very far, which is amazing to see. So it was Alexandra Goryachkina and Maria Muzichuk in 9th, who also got knocked out. Yeah. But interestingly, yeah, it's nice to see how the underdogs have been fighting back. And with the all-Indian matchup, Katharina, I'm seeing a little bit of fireworks starting with these pawns, the white pawns, 4 of them sitting on the 4th rank. Thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
for connect. But yeah, there's something missing in between. No, I mean, we do see black still has the bishop pair ready here to shoot some stuff. And again, black needs to open up the position somehow to make this bishop pair doing something. So what is about the move b5 here? If you take
B5.
here,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I want to take here or here, but
Yeah,
yeah,
one
maybe
one of the most dangerous
just
things
open up the open.
is defending against a passed pawn with a bishop pair that is just guiding it to its queening square. So once black achieves, if black is able to achieve a passed pawn in this position, it will be very difficult for white to find a way to stop this pawn. But at least there are a lot of pieces on the board and it's open season. I like b5. b5 is beautiful. Okay, these are the analysis moves. Can we take back with the queen or not? Maybe.
And then we're just a pawn down, right?
Oh dear.
Okay, we did open up the queen side, but it didn't work here.
And
Yeah, I
in
don't know,
that,
maybe this is just
I like
early.
it.
Maybe we should just...
What about in that line, Katharina,
do?
if coming back just like a few moves? In this position, what happens if a takes b4?
And then taking here, and then b3, or...
Let me see your variation, sorry.
sorry, yeah, this position, and then I thought maybe b3. But I'm not sure if
B3,
after b3, what happens after d5.
Okay,
Or can we
take a
just
look.
push b2?
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well, like d5, b2, and maybe taking is not possible because queen and you're pinning the rook.
And your bishop on g7 is a monster.
Exactly.
So,
And you can move the bishop protecting the pawn. So after rook b1, you just protect the pawn, protect the
I
bishop.
really like your a takes b4. I really like your a takes b4 line there.
We make a great team. You started the variation and I finished
We
it.
do, we do. So we gave Divya here the recipe to win this game.
We did.
She just needs to find this awesome line.
Oh, she didn't. Perhaps we should conduct our own interview, have them join the stream after the game and be like, why didn't you play b5? Yeah. So what happened instead was this early a takes b4, and now we're seeing some
There was a
pressure.
question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, there was a question chat why today is the chess day. And I think it's because wasn't a FIDE founded on this day a couple of years ago? Or why is this day the day? No, it was another day, sorry. That has nothing to do with FIDE, I think.
Oh, we can do some research.
Yeah, I actually don't know why today is International Chess Day.
International Chess Day is annually celebrated on the 20th of July, the day that International Chess Federation, you're right, was founded in 1924.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
very, very cool. And the reason behind is the celebration is to
Right,
commemorate.
last year it was 100 years.
Oh, 100. Yeah, FIDE 100, right. That's when they released all the
Yeah,
merch.
last year.
That makes a lot of sense. Smart. Great team.
So there you go, chat.
What is this list of most dangerous things 2025 edition? a grizzly bear with a cub, paragliding, attending a...
Where are you seeing this?
Us in chat, and Screws is giving us a whole list of things to avoid in 2025.
Those are the most dangerous things.
Mm.
Grizzly bear with a cup. Is that the thing that happened? Is that an insider?
No, I think it's just a grizzly bear like trying to protect its own young.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's all about the third point, right?
Yeah, maybe. And the fourth, because that's very relevant to today. But
Yeah, no, that's he's on point with his jokes.
it always is very sharp and relevant. Yes.
Oh, Divya did not go for our line. But I mean, now she has a lot of pressure against the a4 pawn as well.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So this is also really nice.
But the draw that we saw yesterday also had Harika maneuvering the rook to a square I didn't want to be on, right? It was like rook a6 to defend 2 pawns. And
Mm.
was it? I might be mistaken. Please jump in at any point. Like, tell me, Jesse, you're wrong. So I'm just waiting for that moment.
No, Harika yesterday had her rook on a6 to protect the pawn on c6 and a5.
Okay, I'm recalling correctly then. I think with rook a7, the idea is maybe to play queen a5. Just
I was
trade.
thinking queen a8, but queen a5 looks much more natural.
I like queen a8. I like it more, actually.
No, I like queen a5 more.
Let's fight. Yeah, no, this is great. Queen a. But then we also have to watch out for e7, so maybe defending e7 first, or maybe not. I'm not even sure. Or I like both of our ideas combined, but something like queen d7 and rook a8. What do we think about that, maybe?
Yeah, that's everything combined. Awesome. Even though like the queen on d7 is not ideal because there's a rook on d1 standing, but I guess yeah, we have to protect this pawn somehow. So,
Well, it's hard to find a good
yeah,
square
makes
for the
sense to
queen.
do it like this.
Maybe even just queen d6.
I'm thinking how do we react when white decides to play like knight g5?
Oh dear. That is a very good point. Very good point. Then I think we might see a queen d6 next. Because with knight g5, at least you want to have a square for your bishop if you bring it back. And... oof, that's a very good point. I don't even know how to
Okay, what is
answer
the
it.
bishop g4 maybe?
Oh, bishop g4.
If you play h3, then we go bishop d7, because then maybe h3 is also weakness.
So maybe h3 or f3.
Wait, sorry, the
Yeah.
rook on d1 is staying. We need to f3.
So maybe f3,
Sorry.
maybe h3 or f3, and then the bishop comes back. But I like that, provoking, like just adding, what do they call it, insults to injury, like creating a bit of a problem for white and then coming back. So I do like that. It's a nice way. This is how we become like strong players. Thank you. You're preparing me for my next tournament, coach.
Oh yeah, that's all I want to do here. Wait, did you already tell us what your next tournament is?
Yeah, I might be playing on the 1st of August if I get my visa in time. Yeah, trying to.
Wait, how is the tournament called?
It's actually a tournament that the academy that we're running is creating. It'll just be the first AR Chess Academy classical tournament. And I hope to either be a part of the organizing, broadcasting, or the playing. So my fingers are crossed for playing, because it would just be nice to play some classical chess again after losing like 62 rating points in 1 month. So it's...
oh wow, that hurts.
It does, and spent the whole year last year gaining rating and only to lose it in 1 month. Do you find... what was the last tournament you played, actually? That's a good question.
Yeah, I guess I'm in the same boat. At the last tournament I played, I also lost 60 rating points.
Ooh.
That was in Singapore last December. I played this open right next to the to the World Championship.
Yes.
And yeah, I played a lot of Chinese and Indian 12-year-olds.
Oh
And
dear.
I mean, in 9 rounds, I played 6 Indian or Chinese kids that were under 12 years old, and I lost to all of them.
Oh my
So
gosh.
that lost me a lot of rating. It was really hurtful. And every time I saw the pairing and I checked the year of birth, I think at some point it was just mentally, I was like, I cannot.
Yeah.
How?
It's tough.
That was really painful.
Yeah, they're
But yeah,
underexperienced. It's really, really
they
tough.
were
Like, I
just
get
good
that.
players.
Yeah, and Singapore as well. I mean, it's one of the hubs. I find that either Middle Eastern countries, you're looking at the UAE, in tournaments in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, like Sharjah, you'll find a lot of just juniors or people who don't play a lot of chess but are really good because they're training hard or they're playing casual like tournaments in their country and so on. And then they pop up at these international events and boom, they've just got this like mega strength. It's like, David and Goliath situation. They're just unstoppable. I get that. I completely get that. That must have been really rough. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's fine. The next tournament I can gain even more then.
I like that take. That's a very, very mature take. Yeah, because when you're a lot lower rated, you gain rating faster, right? So your K factor and your rating work together quite well. I like that. So you'll just have to pick a tournament in Europe, I guess, and gain all of that back. Mm-hmm.
That's the plan.
Yeah, avoiding the Middle East and Australia or Asia.
Yeah, that will not be on my bucket list anymore.
Back in 2016, actually, I played 3 tournaments in India. Yes, I went to the source of the problem. I spent a whole month in India and lost 100 rating points. I'd love to blame it on the fact that maybe I got sick sometimes during that month, but I actually played better when I was sick than when I was healthy. So no excuses, unfortunately.
How did you decide to play 3 tournaments in a row in India? Like,
Yeah.
were you? Oh my God, I should try that out.
It's a circuit. So the nice thing is if you have a title, there's a good chance that they'll, give you some conditions like free accommodation and maybe an appearance fee or something like that. And just play a couple tournaments, even some free local flights. We were really, really privileged at the time in 2016 to get this offer. I was international master, my friend also international master and a woman grandmaster. We traveled these 3 cities, Mumbai, Delhi and Chennai, and played the circuit. And a lot of chess. You grow a lot, you learn a lot, you suffer a lot, but it's definitely worth it if you're training for something even bigger later on in the year. It's just the rating loss is part of the whole experience, I suppose. Yeah.
That's crazy, yeah.
Yeah. But, okay, I have a question for you, Katharina.
Please.
Shall we go on our first break of today? And then come back in a couple minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, and we'll leave.
Let's do it. And I think after the break, the moves will come quicker and quicker and quicker because they're getting less time. So let's take the break as long as they thinking, because also we see here Harika went on a little thing here. So see you in a bit. Oh, we're not live anymore?
We are. Don't worry. I shared my OBS with Katharina, so this is like the preparation. We're still talking.
I just saw that you switched the screen. I'm like, okay, I'm just talking, but no one is listening. But yeah, see you in a bit.
See you in a bit, guys. And we are back after the break. I hope you guys have a hot beverage with you. Did you bring a hot beverage? A cold beverage?
No, actually, I just have water. I only drink water.
You only drink water? You don't like other liquids?
And sparkling water. And sometimes drink that are not for people under 18. But yeah, usually just water.
Oh, you must be so much fun at parties, honestly. Sparkling water is interesting. It's It's like TV static, but in liquid form.
But what hot beverage did you got?
I don't have anything right now, but I'm hoping for a tea. It's later. I will probably get some tea, just because it's really cold here in South Africa at the moment. It's
Wow, interesting.
yeah. I
It's
mean,
not cold here.
yeah. What's the temperature where you are?
I think like 23 degrees or something.
Okay, I have something to show you. It's
I
23
cannot see.
degrees. It's 23 degrees here too, and it's cold. But it's a cold
Interesting. So we have a different.
23.
Yeah, if the sun is not out, that makes a lot of difference. Should we switch to the next position? But because since the last time only h3 here was played,
Yeah.
so I mean, interesting is that h3 is preparing maybe knight g5, the idea that we had, because now bishop g4 is not working anymore.
I like that. I think they heard
But I
you.
think after
Yeah.
after knight g5, maybe just bishop d7 should be fine, and then somehow putting the pressure on this pawn here should be fine. Interesting position. There's a lot about to happen. Black still has bishop pair, white has more space. So yeah, this is gonna be a fight, I think. So I could really imagine this this game today not to end in a draw.
I agree 100%, and I like this prophylaxis. I think in the next move or couple moves, we might see the queens coming off the board, or at least an attempt to do so. Divya might go ahead and play something like queen to d6. I don't know if you have the engine on, whether we can check this move and see if
Sure,
that's
let
one of the
me-
options.
Which move?
Queen to d6.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the second best move actually.
Second best?
So yeah,
Okay.
and the best move is queen a5, which you proposed
Ah.
earlier.
Oh, interesting, giving up the
You
pawn.
got this position.
Oh, wait. Hang
But I
on.
mean, therefore you're getting the pawn on a4.
That's true, but guess what? We can even have like an outside pass pawn with a move like b5, attacking the queen and then
b5
going.
is pretty.
Hmm.
That's pretty.
You
Yeah.
are giving up
That
c6.
position looks really good for black. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe in your idea of just taking immediately might be better, or just b5 to give up c6, but you have an outside pass pawn. Okay, yeah, let's come back to this game a little bit later. Which game would you like to go to now?
I would just go on in the list because we're covering in this order. So the next one would be the Vaishali game against Tang Songji.
Indeed, we
Oh
can.
my god, I won on c5. Did knight c5 happen? Oh, I would be so happy to see that.
It's like a
So what was
deck
the
of
last
cards. It's like a deck of cards that's been shuffled. Like, what in the heck happened with these pawns? We can go back.
Can we back and to, I think, was a3 the last move we saw in move 12?
Yes, it was a3, and something we hadn't
Our
even
beautiful arrows here, yeah.
begun to predict. Bishop a6.
And here you see the next move was bishop a6. So maybe she just wanted to have something in case knight c5 is happening. So you can think about taking on c4. Because as soon as this happens, like your bishop is kind of sad. So bishop a6 makes sense in my eyes. Okay, oh, she took back with the bishop. I thought we would take back with the pawn because your bishop on b4 is just like a big pawn, right?
Right, so taking... Oh, you would take back with the pawn here. What is the...
I thought, yeah.
Yeah, the engine... The 8 game? Wow. After... How many moves is this? This is 13 moves, and there are 8 games in the database with A takes...
Oh, it seems like
b4.
both moves are about the same.
Okay.
Both moves are playable. But I really thought A takes b4 was the way to go here. I'm
Yeah.
surprised. I mean, she's so much stronger than I am, so she has her good reasons to take with the bishop. But yeah, I'm surprised about that move.
We are sitting on the right side of this chessboard right now, so we too are grandmasters. Give yourself some more credit, Katharina. So yeah, I think A takes b4 logically makes a lot more sense. But she must have some ideas. Maybe her plan is to give up the c3 pawn and then not... yeah, still my logic is not making any sense in this instance. So I want to see what happened afterwards. Queen c2, bishop takes, and so giving up the bishop pair, and queen takes d4. So just hogging the material as much as possible before castling. But let's count the pawns here. 5 versus 7. 2 points. What? 2 pawns?
Black is 2 pawns up, yeah. You can always see it up there next to the clock. There's like a
Oh, I have
counter.
a different overlay, so there's no material count,
Oh, you don't.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Ah. Yeah,
You're
it
laughing
says
at
+2 for black, so I can just cheat by looking at that.
yeah,
Um,
using a specific
yeah, so
stylus.
after queen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you're in the position we have right now. No, after castle, and then c5
C5.
happened, I guess.
Yeah, okay. We can see your arrows and all the things. They
Okay,
aren't
what
down
is
here.
happening here? Okay, white has a bishop pair, and c6 seems super weak because black cannot move the knight on b8 because then the pawn would always be hanging.
Yeah.
But I guess we can also like maybe still develop it, and if you take here, I was thinking maybe we can even take here because but you can probably give up your light squared bishop in this position because we ourselves don't have a light squared bishop, and so it's not that easy to make something out of it.
My brain
Um,
did something weird. Initially, when we saw this position, I thought this was a fork. And I was like, yeah, but black can just take it back.
ah,
And the pawn is, in fact, going the other direction and doesn't have superpowers like in checkers once you
yeah, we
king.
can take this pawn, but then c3 is also falling.
True.
So I guess if we take on c5, white would probably just take here. And this pawn is probably stronger than the pawn on c5. It also helps white to activate this knight again, because this knight right now is not doing anything besides protecting this pawn.
And to revisit your
Like
idea.
it cannot move.
Okay, sorry. Yes, it cannot move. To
No,
revisit. Yeah, go ahead.
I was
The
done.
lag.
I was saying I was
Yeah.
done with that line.
Yeah, just wanted to add as well, like to revisit your idea of moving the knight. Like you want to move the knight, but maybe protecting the pawn. We'll see this Harika famous move with rook to a6, maybe defending the pawn on c6 and then playing knight to d7. I quickly was like considering rook c8 and then forgot that knight b6 is probably going to be very difficult to deal with. So rook a6, getting out of this diagonal in addition to, or hang on a second, leaving the knight on b8 because the knight is weaker than the rook. If you were to choose a piece to be tied down to the pawn, maybe the knight is the best for now. Playing rook a7 and activating the rook this way is another consideration, probably. Or maybe even knight d5 to try and block the bishop's diagonal and attack f4. Lots of things to choose between in this position. I'm just going to refresh my screen so we can see the time. 35 minutes for Vaishali versus 1 hour 2 minutes for Tan Zhongyi. Did we find that Vaishali was in a lot of time trouble yesterday? I think it was. And Vaishali had a bishop versus rook situation and Tan was trying to play for time. And again, we're seeing Vaishali being down on the clock. So she might have to monitor her time a little bit better, especially being on only move 17. You have to sort of pace yourself. I think pacing yourself all the way up to move 40 is absolutely crucial because there might be a critical moment at some point. I like 97 a lot as well. There might be a critical moment at some point where, you know, the players will be reaching a end of the middle game or in an end game and need time to think and won't have time to think. So
Really nicely said. Yeah, we're only in move 17, so they better make everything out of their time. But yeah, I was thinking because I proposed knight bd7 earlier, but then c6 is always hanging, and I think we cannot just sacrifice this right now. So why not just move the f knight to d7 to make sure to win this pawn here without giving up the c3 pawn?
that is a really good suggestion. I love it. Question: what could white do to stop that, or maybe try to just attack black? I was looking at ideas of rook fd1, so knight d7, like it. Then rook d1, maybe queen c4. But
Yeah, I'm a little
now,
bit worried about the queen, but I
mm,
cannot see. But then knight b6, right? After queen c4.
queen c, but the knight's on d7, so
Oh,
maybe bishop takes b8 first. And you have to take back with the knight, otherwise the rook is attacking the knight and then knight b6. So this combination could be quite difficult to deal
that's
with.
true.
Yeah, so we could try to play it out for everyone to see, something like queen to c4 and this idea of playing bishop takes. And if you take back with the knight, there's knight b6. If you take back with the rook, then your knight is hanging. So it's a little bit tricky. I mean, black is up material for now, so can maybe afford at some point trying to sacrifice back some material. Minor piece, though, is a little tricky, and I think Vaishali is going to avoid this discrepancy, or at least this unequal exchanges like yesterday, where she was trying to secure a draw with the bishop versus rook situation. So yeah, it will be very tough. Another thing I was considering was e5, but again, dealing with a move like rook to d1, what are you gonna do? Like, it's very, very difficult situation.
So you would prefer the black pieces here?
That's we're playing hardball. I don't know if I prefer the black pieces, because even after a move like rook a7,
It's a really complex position,
yeah,
like after all, yeah.
yeah, and it feels so sensitive too, like thin ice. If you step one wrong step, like, it's over for you. You could be losing to a tactic, you could be losing to a technical, like, exchange and endgame. So with rook a7, I think even there's this idea of, if white doesn't mind giving up the bishop to just get some material back, playing this. I don't know if you're able to see the moves that I'm making.
Yes, I see them.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm gonna switch on the engine. I'm giving up in this moment. And wow, your first suggestion is correct. Playing immediately knight b to d7.
But what after knight bishop takes c6?
Bishop c6 and knight takes c5. So that was the suggestion of the
Oh, we're
engine to give
giving
it up.
up the exchange.
But
Do we really have enough? Because we don't have a light squared bishop ourselves, right?
And she probably has PTSD from giving up the exchange in the last game too, like, forcefully. Because now, like you said, no light squared bishop. We don't have pressure on those light squares. There's no point in giving it up.
Maybe the c3 pawn is just extremely strong here.
Yeah, and somehow it's giving an advantage for black. I think it's way beyond
Wow.
my pay grade at this point. Like, this is very tricky to see.
But the material is even, right? Because black has 2 pawns also for the exchange.
True. Maybe 3 if you're counting the bishop too. Bad joke. Yeah. Coming back to the live position, so c5. And maybe she didn't expect the c5 at all. Going down to 30 minutes on the clock. Maybe Vaishali is the new Grishuk in chess. Because Grishuk will take like an hour nap, right, on move 2. He has an hour and a half.
Oh, he did that?
I mean, I think he's just notorious for playing these like mind games or whatever he does. He runs down his clock in the opening to ridiculous, like, I think 3 minutes or, I don't know, 5 minutes left on the clock, and then he starts playing blitz. It's very crazy. And
is that like, but did he actually ever took a nap, or?
I don't know if he took a nap, but he was thinking like really, really long for no apparent reason. Like, his opponent plays like d4 knight f6 and he starts thinking, like, I don't understand. This was happening, I was commentating on the Grand Prix a couple years ago alongside Miro, and we were looking at him, we were like, yeah, we're probably not going to visit this game for another hour. At least it was one less game to look at. But then he runs down the clock and suddenly he starts playing these like fantastic moves with very little time. And maybe that's just his way of, you know, being able to either get into his opponent's mind. And there were some sneezes in the background, apologies. I think that he's just very famous for this. Maybe we can have somebody do some research. But how many times he's done it?
I only know him for all these Thug Life memes.
Oh, yes.
Where he's like always like
Thug Life.
But yeah, that's interesting. I have never recognized that. Should we move on to the next position?
Let's do it.
This is gonna be interesting. Like, this is really a wild game so far. I love that we're seeing so much tension in those games. And wow, there are 3 pawns on the F file. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And white is also 2 pawns up.
Okay, this is an
But
exciting
yeah, the question
day.
is, how strong are these pawns?
I mean, after...
And we have to remember, white is in a must-win situation here today.
Indeed. She is in a must-win. I'm just going to...
If she's not winning,
this.
she'll be gone. Okay, I think the last thing we saw was something with the knight on e5.
We can go back.
I'm not sure which move it was.
95.
Was it after bishop f3 or something? Yeah.
Yeah, we saw knight b8, bishop e2, a6, castles, queen c7. Okay, we went this far, right? So castles, and white opted for queen to d2, just to see how... Oh, we got your knight c6. Brilliant. We got knight c6 on the board.
Wow.
Yes. And after knight takes, bishop takes, and...
But I suggested knight c6 before castle, I think.
Oh, okay.
I didn't.
We're gonna claim...
I wasn't as secure. I didn't care about my king.
We're gonna claim like same. So you got it. You got the idea, and this is exactly what happened as well. Like taking on c5, and I think yeah, I think just white, black. Sorry.
Oh, this is the first pawn going down. This is like what you said, right? When taking on c5, we couldn't take back because the queen was hanging for a second. So yeah, and then there's second pawn going.
Exactly. So black is down.
Creating the dribble.
Oof. I mean, I thought that Nana Dzagnidze-Lei's like g5 was crazy, Katharina, but this is even wilder, I think. Wow.
You think this is wilder? I'm really excited to see the g5 game again. But yeah, this is I feel like black should be able to win some of those pawns back. I mean, the c5 pawn is weak, the f4 pawn is weak, and the f3 pawn as well. So all of them are really weak here.
You know what surprises me the most? Is the fact that there are no games in the database in this position.
Yeah, that is really surprising. Shocking.
Shocking, really. And we've reached the live position. I hope that chat is still alive.
I would really...
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Chat has been weirdly quiet recently. So maybe they can give a sign if they're still alive. But I just saw that it would be so awesome to have a knight here. But sadly, first of all, like, you can attack my queen. Second of all, sometimes this pawn might be me.
All right. Sorry, I wanted to see the arrows that you were making. Was this before rook d8?
Yeah, before rook d8 happened. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I would love to have a knight here, but I think it's not really working right now because then this is also hanging in the meantime, and rook d8 is a threat. But yeah, rook d8 happened here also, so we need to move our queen anyways. And I guess we should still protect the pawn on f4, so keep protecting it. Maybe we can even think to go to e5, offering a queen trade, because I think you should not take here, because then we improve the pawn position here and don't have 3 double pawns here. So maybe, yeah, queen e5 seems like a really logical move here.
And looking over at the evaluation of the position, I peeked at the engine just to see what the engine sort of considers this, and it's giving a slight advantage for white. But I'm wondering now whether this engine is just considering the material advantage or whether they're also looking at potential positional weaknesses for white. So maybe we can disregard its evaluation for now. And it will be a very overloaded queen, but it made me think twice. What happens after queen e5? I think we might see queen e5 on the board, and then a potential queen to c6, but then your idea of playing, this. I like white's position more. Who would you prefer to play here?
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is that we always can put like pieces on those squares, and if you take back, we improve our position, So as long as they're not falling, they're also doing something. And maybe like this was also what Chet proposed here, that king h1 maybe is an idea, and maybe we can launch an attack ourselves on the king. So yeah, I think white has a lot of ideas here. And also, we have some comments here from YouTube. So they said, "Thank you for covering the event." I'm so happy that Lichess is covering the Women's World Cup. So this is a really important event, and I'm happy that I can do this with you. And then also on Lichess, Unsong said he's alive and he enjoys the analysis. So I'm really happy to hear that. So yeah, thanks for that.
Yep, we're here to share our wisdoms and our jokes. So thank you for being here, everyone, and sticking around through it all. I think our level of analysis and a good balance of everything in between has been very entertaining so far, even for myself. So thank you very much, Katharina, for offering all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as we're entertained, that's enough, right?
It should be. It should be enough. Yeah, we're supposed to
Yeah,
be
it should be enough.
enjoying what we're doing. But I
But
feel.
yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you that white. Oh, knight,
Oh, we
queen.
got you.
No,
Move.
I agree with you that. Yeah, that looks like a really logical move.
Yeah.
So I mean, in general, if you're up material, you're happy to trade. So why not trade queens here? Because in the end game, you're just up more material, and also our pieces are more active, and our knight is really coming into e4, isn't it?
I think so. That might not even be stoppable. I was thinking about. Okay, maybe not now. Maybe. Okay, hear me out. Queen e7. Knight e4. And the idea of playing rook d5. Okay, queen c6 was played, so that's what we had predicted. But I think after knight to e4, maybe something like rook here. And if knight takes...
Are we trapping our queen?
Yeah, I feel like that is one threat. But let's quickly play these out, so I'm not just using arrows. I hope you can see. Rook d5.
Yeah.
This might not work entirely, but I'm hoping it will lead to something. You could even play something
like this. So now
white
is 3 pawns up.
Yeah.
But you're just picking the pawns on the f file one after another now.
Yeah, you could play
like f3
maybe something
and
like
f4
this.
are hanging.
Yeah, there's no check.
C5 is also hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, I really like bringing the rook on the 5th rank, because now you can take on c5 here with the rook. And you're just collecting one pawn after another.
Yeah, maybe even taking on f4.
I really like this maneuver here from you.
Yeah. So this is one thing, to just give up g7 for the greater good of the rest of the pawns and getting rid of the final minor pieces. So I think after queen d5, queen c6 came so quickly. So I think Hampi Canary saw this and predicted it and was like, you know what, I'm ready for it. I just refreshed the screen so that we can...
I mean, I guess she's also realizing she needs to play a little bit faster, because she's only moved 20 and she is down to 30 minutes. So a lot more moves to come with only 30 minutes left.
Yeah, she needs to avoid that side note. Side note. Yeah. So I think I said it correct. I hope I said it correctly.
But do you think white has good chances in winning this position here?
Oof. I think... Ooh, my thoughts. Yeah. I like that you added an arrow there. It's like, think carefully, Jesse.
No, because Chad also said like queen c6 is preventing king h1. So I just wanted to agree on that with a really nice arrow here.
Yeah, it does add to the atmosphere of the question. I think she does. I think she has a really good chance at turning things around in terms of results for the match and going into the tiebreak tomorrow. I'm speaking so because I'm saying this because I hope for more content. I hope for more exciting this match to continue. It's always nice to see a match continue. Yeah, I want to believe And this is like after black's move, I'm like, yeah, black has chances, and after white's move, I'm like, yeah, white is winning. So I want to wait for white's move to answer that question, if I may. So I'm
Yeah, it's
holding on
just
to it.
yeah, every move gives so many new ideas. So
Yeah.
we had a wish here in the YouTube chat that we should show the Vaishali versus Tan game.
Okay.
We just came from there, but we can have a quick look if something exciting happened, and
Yes.
then after this, watch the Nana against Lei Team J game, I would say.
Yeah, we have to give the masses what
So
they want.
that's true, and we're always happy to get some wishes from you guys. So, oh, knight b d7 happened. Wait, we didn't see that this was happening, right? We just checked the engine and saw that this was the top engine line.
Exactly. Very nice
So
that you
this is
found
really
it.
nice because really nice. I still have the engine on here, and this was actually like they were all equal, like the other moves that we looked at. Okay, we did not look at knight a6, but there were several moves that were equal as good. But yeah, this is a really nice move because the top line is here to give up the exchange here and just activate your pieces in exchange for that, because you will also get the c5 pawn, and right now you're 2 pawns up. So yeah, I really like the play here. This just shows like activity is so important, and you can really give up material for it because your knight on b8 is not doing anything, just protecting this pawn, and your rook can also not really develop as long as your knight is here. So they're just saying, okay, I will trade off your active bishop against my rook that have not done anything in this game, and in the meantime I can also activate my knight. So it's all about activity, and that's a really nice move here, knight b to d7.
Very, very well put. And while you were saying that, I looked at the move time. It seems she spent 17 minutes on this move and quickly realized
Oh
that
wow.
she had to consider giving up the exchange, and it might be forced to do so, because I was thinking after, taking on c6, can she save the exchange? Does she have to repeat the sort of material inequality as yesterday when she was down in exchange? And it might be forced because the only move is something like rook a7 to prevent that. But unfortunately, that might lead to some tactical, chances here for white, is it not? Like, oh wait, rook a7 is possible. Every other rook move loses the exchange, right? Because if here maybe there's like some ideas to play. Oh wait, no. Isn't this losing a piece? Or maybe you have to take with the queen. I'm like moving around right now. But bishop... oh, you don't have to give up the exchange. Would you give up the exchange here? Would you move the rook or take the pawn?
I think I wouldn't have played knight d7 if I wouldn't want to give up the exchange, I guess. So I think I would have decided this to move ago, and I probably would have not decided to give up the exchange. But when I play knight d7, I guess I would also give up the exchange. But yeah, I don't think that I would have played knight d7 in the first place, but it's the best move. So yeah, that just shows us how strong she is of a player.
Indeed, I really like that. Okay, shall we switch to board number 1?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do it.
And let's have a quick look after what happened at g5 and move 15. So we got some moves coming in here. And we had one question here from YouTube. Please show the engine. We're only double checking from time to time, but I think on the left side of the thing you can see the evil bar to the boards. So yeah, that's something you can see. And we also saw in the Vaishali game that knight b to d7 was the top line engine move in an equal position. So yeah, that's definitely what we know there. And yeah, here g5 was played, and you already have the next move on the board. So that was bishop e3. White was not bothering too much about this move here. And I mean, it makes sense that she's playing with g5 because she's just in a must-sim situation, right?
Exactly. You gotta go for glory. And she was thinking to herself, how can I entertain Katharina and Jessie today? And then boom, g5 appeared on the board. So we're very happy and proud of her for making this leap. Bishop e3 makes sense. Queen d2 coming in next just to attack the pawn. So I think she will just play some normal developing moves. But do you want to run us through the next couple of moves there, Katharina, please?
Sure. If you can see when I'm moving, no, you cannot.
Okay, you can, as
Oh,
you
now you
speak, I'll
can.
try to predict.
Okay. So knight b4 was happening, just questioning here the bishop that just yeah, happens to be a really active piece, but you don't want you don't really can go to c2 here, because oh, I wait, let me no, you can see my arrows, I think.
I
Yeah,
can,
sorry.
yes.
So we need to consider here, or decide if we want to stay on this diagonal or stay on this diagonal. And I see that she decided to stay on this diagonal here, putting the bishop on this really nice place here. Maybe also in some variants, it can be a defending piece as well. And here after knight c4, the other bishop is also retreating. They don't want to give up the bishop pair here with white. She's just, okay, come in with your knights. I can kick you out soon. I just need to be a little bit more patient and have to back up my knights for now. And okay, she's first playing with h3 here. Maybe, I don't know if instead like something like b3 or a3 would also have been an option. But yeah, she's not going for the kick out. She's going for h3 and then h6. I'm surprised about h6 because I thought she really wants to play with h5 and like made her opponent, and h6 seems a little bit more passive.
Mm.
But yeah, so this is the position, and yeah, it's interesting. We did not trade only one pawn, right? We only traded one pawn so far in this game.
Indeed. I'm thinking that maybe black's position is quite solid. Like, there aren't any major
Mm.
weaknesses. The knights are quite active. I think the best that white can hope for here on the queen side is kicking the knights off, as you mentioned. But with that comes some concessions of weakening the squares around the queen side. And also, if you're playing b3, well, your knight is hanging. If you're playing a3, maybe later on this b3 square might be weak. So I'm trying to picture a situation where white achieves, absolute domination on either the king side or the queen side, but black's doing a good job at just hampering white's attack here. So,
But they should not just hampering the attack. Black needs to win, right? Black is in a must-win situation here.
exactly. What do you think could be some nice tries for black, if any, here? Maybe rook g8 and pushing the pawn?
Yeah, so I mean, h3 prevents g4 for now, but it's also a mark that can be attacked. But sadly, our bishop on d7 is really not doing anything in this game right now. So I'm also not seeing a route where it can be activated in the next couple of moves. So this would take some time here. But yeah, I do think that, I mean, all the pieces are pointing to this side. So it feels so wrong to do something on the king side because you just don't have any pieces there, right? All your pieces are here. So my intuition cries like we need to do something on the queen side of the board here.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that would be the approach here, to do something over there. But yeah, I'm also not completely sure what.
That's pretty good intuition. I
But
changed my mind. Because if white tries to attack on the king's side, black could use the pawns to block it, right? If h4 comes, you can just block it and close things down on the king's side and start attacking on the queen's side. So I like that approach very, very much. Yeah. So maybe trying to steamroll. Oh, a3.
she did play a3. Okay,
Okay.
the knight doesn't have too many moves, right?
So probably an immediate knight c6. There we see it. But this helps, no? Like if black wants to attack on the queen side, that creates a hook for black. So an easier way to access maybe the a file. But black will need these rooks to be connected somehow. Do you think we can get the king out?
Yeah, we would need to move the bishop therefore. Maybe the bishop on d7 somewhere else. Maybe on c8, I don't know. But oh, a4, that is logical because when you go one move back, maybe b4 was a threat of black to try to open up this this side of the board a little bit more because yeah, we are protecting the b4 square with all our pieces. So yeah, white is questioning, what are you doing now? But maybe we can still play b4.
I was looking at b4, maybe knight. Okay, no, knight. Where will the knight go? Maybe knight b1 actually. Knight b1 with the idea of knight d2. Because white's plan is the same as what black would do on the king side, is to close things up and then launch an attack. Because you also don't want to be on the losing end of a race. Maybe there's a race of pawns and you want to shut things down first.
Is knight a5 an idea here? Maybe we can jump into b3.
Oh, right, and defending the pawn that way. I like it. I like it a lot. Ooh, huge consideration. So it's not very straightforward as we may think. Knight a5. What else is there? Queen, maybe queen b6. It's looking at queen b6. Coming out.
Yeah, it seems like a really natural move.
Putting pressure on the pawn, defending b5. Still keeping that window open of being able to push the pawn or, you know, even taking. So it would be interesting to see what happens.
Maybe even queen a5, because then your rook on a1 is hanging when you take on b4 by b5.
Smarticle particle. I like it. Queen a5.
But chat is also saying something. So after a3, is knight takes a3 possible? Can we maybe check that?
Yes. You mean in this position?
I think that's what he means. Because when you take back is the c3 hanging, but I think our b4 is sadly also hanging. So there's just too much hanging. So after a3, instead of knight c6, if we take on a3, you can also take back with the rook.
That's true.
But yeah, when you but you can also take back with the pawn, because even if I take on c3, my b4 knight is sadly also hanging.
Oh dear. That's
So
a very
yeah,
cool
but it's
idea,
good that you have that in your mind, because this knight could be in danger, but not in this variation of moves.
I agree with that. That is very nice. So maybe you can even keep in mind, you know, capturing on b2 later on with the same idea or similar idea to attack. But you'd have to set it up quite nicely with ideas of, you know, bishop to b4 first, pinning the knight, adding some pressure. I would even think that playing this immediately... Oh, can we play it immediately? Because you, one, making some space for the king later on. Two, you're pinning the rook.
Did you play this or did it happen? You just played bishop
I
before,
played
right?
it as a suggestion, yeah. It's just...
No, I was just not sure if that's that happened in the game or... No, bishop before, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, because now
Okay,
it
but
takes...
can you make a sacrifice? Look, if now take, knight takes, bishop takes e1, we have knight to d6 check.
Oh, okay. Oh, this
no, the
is
knight is
spicy.
c4.
Oh.
Wait. Can we first take on c4 maybe then?
Oh,
Can we
backwards moves are so difficult,
I was
man.
thinking about that one. But maybe we can first take on c4 and then play knight d6
Okay, so
instead of knight
here...
d6 immediately.
Right, but then...
Oh no, not in this position. No.
Ah,
I
okay,
mean
okay.
instead of knight d6.
Oh, instead of
further
knight
down
d6.
the line. Yes,
Here
here.
and here.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
I mean, a lot is hanging everywhere. Or maybe you can just go back with your bishop, like to b4.
But black's a piece down right
And
now.
then, no, we're in exchange down.
Oh, exchange, sorry.
So if
white-
after bishop b4,
bishop e4 covers the
we
square.
can move the... Yeah, we can move the bishop on c4 and then win exchange down, but have a good piece, I guess. Good pieces. And we also got a pawn.
That's true. Okay, I need the
But
engine
yeah,
to
maybe not
understand.
necessary to.
Somehow it's equal. I don't even understand that. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I guess we were better before the sequence, right? So this was probably not good what I just said.
No, I still want to look into it. It gave,
Hmm.
or in this position particularly, giving white quite a sizable advantage after bishop to b4, so maybe it's not the best. I did sneak peek at the engine, seeing that b4 was the best attempt here for black. To keep equality or just keep the pressure and forcing the knight back. But I think knight b1 would follow. Or even knight here to go for this idea. Yeah.
And what is about the line we just said? Was there everything correct, or did we miss something on the way?
Let's
With bishop
check.
d4 takes.
Takes, and no. I'm just saying no to the engine because knight h2 is the best move. This is ridiculous.
Oh.
Takes, better for white. Queen takes. Hang on, why?
Oh, just taking back the bishop. Yeah, makes sense because now we're still threatening it. And you don't have the bishop. Like your black squares are really weak. And maybe now we can really do the knight h2, knight g4, knight f6 route. Like we have a really nice square in f6 if we make it there.
Very, very, very true. But maybe the engine still wants to execute knight d6 first, so bishop b5 and then taking over here. Okay, wait, what else is there?
But a lot of ideas in this position. I like it. It's a really really dynamic position here with a lot of ideas.
Very true. Too sharp for my liking.
But you said b4 is the best move here for black, right?
Apparently the best try, with the response being something like, okay, this is one of the suggestions, which makes sense. The bishop on f1 might be weaker than the knight on c4, with d takes c4 and, oh, knight e4. So really trying to capitalize on these weak squares in the black camp, and maybe even eventually, now that the king is not castled and probably won't castle, going for an attack in the center. So giving up the bishop on f1 is a plan. It's a way to open up the center a little bit. Wow.
Yeah, we need to come back to this game here. I mean, they're also only in move 21 or something.
Yeah, we might have to go do like
This-
20 push-ups and then return so that we can better understand this. Okay, I'm happy to come back to this a little bit later. Okay, this wasn't the position. I don't even remember what the live position was, to be honest. Okay, a4 was the last move that was played. Yeah. Players are still equal in time, and we'll come back. Shall we switch to Harika Dronovali versus Divya-Harika?
Yes, the all-Indian matchup.
Yes.
And I just saw the position that we have right now, and the bishop pair is not there anymore
It isn't.
for black.
Shall we go back a couple moves?
Yes, please. We saw rook on a7. And then h3 happened. Was that the last thing we saw? So, okay, I see that she went for your idea with queen a5 here. And okay, white was not taking after this on e7 because then b5 was a move. So this was really dangerous, so she decided to trade on a5 instead. Rook b1, attacking the pawn on b7. Oh, and that's how the bishop ended up on c8. I mean, it was sometimes like in danger anyways, because we didn't really know where it should go after knight g5. So yeah, they just parking it on c8, and I mean we always have an eye on the pawn on h3 as well. So maybe not the worst spot here for the bishop, and we're also attacking still the pawn on a4. So that's why rook b4 happened here, rook d8 and e5. Okay. So this is how this have been
Ooh.
traded off.
Mm.
And this is our position now after rook takes d5. What are you thinking of this position?
I think it's really leaning towards being a draw, just because, okay, maybe there's still some chances. Bishops are on the same color, the pawns aren't at all symmetrical. White has to still guard and maybe even babysit this pawn on a4. But black will also have its challenges, right? Because the bishop is tied down to the defense of the b7 pawn, and maybe Divya's plan will simply be to start putting pressure on the weak pawn on a4 and try to get the king involved somehow in this endgame. Because, yeah, at the end of the day, it's an endgame. You want to get your pieces as active as possible, gain some space. And I think, I'm not even sure who I would prefer to play with. What do you think?
I think like black is the only person who has a passed pawn here. That's the pawn on c6. White does not have a passed pawn. So I guess trading rooks would maybe be in favor of Divya here with the black pieces, because the endgame I think should be better for black. So yeah, maybe that's also an advantage we need to keep in mind. And also the pawn on e4 is in the way of the bishop on g2, so the bishop on g2 is not really doing too much. And maybe, I mean, if we get our rook maybe to a3, that would be a dream come true. Like attacking the pawn from both sides maybe, because, I mean, it would also be nice to have rook on a8, but that's just not practical right now with the bishop on c8. So yeah, maybe I think, yeah, we should definitely play against the pawn on a4, because that's a really weak spot here in the position of Harika. Oppa. So yeah, I'm also not sure who's better,
Yeah.
because as you said, the bishop on c8 is not ideal, but yeah, white also has some weaknesses. So probably, as you said, close to equal here, might end in a draw. But yeah, both people can definitely play this position on.
I really like what you said there. And now with rook c2, just trying to consolidate, protecting the second rank. Because once the rook is, your opponent's rook is in your second rank, you find some difficulty with the king and maybe some pawns as well. So rook c2, practical approach, not really afraid of rook d1 check, because the king will just go to h2, right? So rook d1 check, king h2, and you're safe. Maybe also some ideas of playing f4 and getting the ball rolling just with some space on the king side, and you don't have to ever worry about your second rank again. So I like the idea.
What's the second rank? I can still go to the third rank, right? We were thinking about this move anywhere.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I still want to go to a3.
Yeah. Or like this.
So
Yes. It's a good idea, like you said. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if that's even, or maybe rook d1, rook a1. I don't know what is better.
Oh, that's also really, really nice. Yeah, because the rook on b4 is a little overloaded, right? Tied down to the defense of two pawns at the moment. And they're both on light squares, which could be good news for the bishop later on, for now.
Yeah, I think the pawn on e4 is not in danger of falling at the moment, because the bishop on g2 is doing a good job defending it, and we cannot really attack it with our bishop right now. Okay, she's going for rook a5 first.
Good prediction. Bravo. Love it.
Yeah, I think I would have played rook d3 or rook d1 first, because the rook is still active here on e5, but our rook on d8 is not active right now. So I guess I would have done it in the other order, but yeah, it makes sense to put pressure on the a4 pawn.
Yeah, someone's suggesting is an a1 easier to reach, just because maybe you're just gaining a tempo on the king and then playing rook a1. So it makes sense. I think that's the plan, the next plan, and why rook a5 was played almost instantly. because the idea of playing rook a1 will come very naturally after h. Oh, does this mean that black might win a pawn? On one hand, black could win a pawn. Oh no, there's rook c4, I suppose, because I'm
Which
looking
pawn
at
are you talking about?
the a4 pawn check, king,
Yeah,
rook
you have
a1,
rook c4.
rook c4, but then rook a2 might be the next move. And if black is okay
Yeah,
with
I
a
would
draw,
prefer black in this position.
this would be a draw.
Wait, go back one move.
Yeah.
Or like instead of the check, the like when the king was on g1.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Oh no, I'm sorry. When you were still on a1.
On a1 like this.
Yes, and then
Okay.
rook c4 happened.
And rook c4.
What is about c5?
Oh. Okay. Maybe rook b5.
Oh, and when I take on a4, you take on c5.
But maybe you're onto something, because this pawn will be locked on a light square.
On a white square. Yeah, I like that for black.
Me too. Very, very much so. Yeah, maybe.
Just in general, when we can manage to put the pawns b7 and c6 on dark squares, I think
Yeah.
that would be an improvement of the position.
Yeah, it's giving quite a nice advantage for black as well, according to the engine. So maybe in this position, rook a1, and the best idea... Oh, what a nice idea, actually. Playing bishop h3, because now you can gain this pawn. So forcing the bishop to do something. Because if you take...
Oh yeah, that was probably the whole point of h4. That
Yeah.
makes so much sense. I was wondering why is she playing h4, but that makes so much sense.
Yeah, very, very nice idea. Yeah, well thought out. But I mean, even with... Yeah, this is completely drawn, right? So we can just...
So
discard
Chad was
that.
asking if rook c2 was too slow. I mean, I don't like... I wouldn't say it was too slow. It seemed like a fine move.
Rook c2 is like one of those traditional endgame ideas of, I don't want you to reach my second rank, I'm going to guard it, and that way you won't be able to access. Because there are so many tactics in the endgame when it comes to, you know, having both rooks on the board. You always want to just prophylactically set up any blockade of your opponent reaching your very important ranks on the board. So I think rook c2 is, in a practical sense, a good idea, especially when you don't want to make any major commitments with pawns in the center, or maybe your pieces are just well placed. You want to start improving the pieces gradually. So rook c2 is a good move, at least according to what I'm thinking. Yeah, maybe you can add something. Just pressure.
No, I agree. So, I mean, all the lines we looked at look like they're like black has a lot of ideas, but now the bishop h3 line is also a nice idea. So, I can really imagine that just the pawns trade off. Like, if this happens, maybe the b7 and the c6 trade off for the a4 and e4. Like, for example, like king h2, bishop h3, takes, and then b7 hangs, a4 hangs, c6 hangs, e4 hangs, and then it's a draw. This could happen, right?
It's very, very likely
So,
to happen, yeah. I'm going to refresh to see the times. Divya has 24 minutes versus Harika's 37 minutes. And I think using these very precious minutes now on the clock to make sure that a draw is exactly what she wants. And I think with black, it's a perfect result. I mean, I'm wondering if black can actually dictate the result of this endgame, whether these moves will be forceful, and probably so, because if white wants to fight for a win, maybe it will backfire, because the likelihood of being able to maintain the pieces on the board will result in losing at least a pawn or two. Because if white tries to activate the rooks, right, instead of trading pieces or activate the pieces, it'd have to lose a4 at least, I think. Otherwise, I mean,
True.
right, Harika wouldn't play h4 without the intention of trading bishops.
Yeah, I think that should be the point of that move.
Mm.
I mean, maybe she also wants to play bishop f3 and didn't want her pawn on h3 to hang. But I do think that her plan was probably to play king h2, bishop h3.
Question from Twitch.
That
is
makes a lot of
f5.
sense because then,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, then you can just, then no, you have so much pressure on the b7 pawn then. So yeah, I definitely agree. What about f5 here was a question from the chat. I don't think that that's the right approach here for black because that opens up the file here for the bishop. So, wait. So after f5, if it takes, this is active. But yeah, maybe, I feel like this feels wrong. But yeah, maybe I'm missing something. Because maybe we can take here, because first you need to move your rook, and then we can maybe do something about the b7 pawn. But it feels a little bit wrong. Because right now the e4 is a weak pawn, and we just give him the option to trade it off.
That's true. Like making some concessions in the position for a reason. No reason maybe. But I like it. I'm always pro pushing pawns. Like it's one of those impulses that I have, or those itches or urges. I just want to push a pawn and see what happens. It's like, yeah, play now, think later kind of vibes. So I'm all for f5. Yeah.
Awesome. I just went to the next game, Vaishali against Tang Zhongji, and I realized that there has not been a single move. Like Vaishali thought so long about her maneuver, but now Tang Zhongji also, they move 18, and they're both like at the 20-minute mark. So that's crazy. So we're definitely going to see a wild time battle here. We need to make ready for this because this is a really, really, really complicated position. Like all the pieces are all over the board. This looks like a really hard position to play, especially with no time on the clock.
Yeah, this is commentator's luck, and they moved finally. And I almost said Zia side note, but that makes no sense, right? Grammatically. No? Yes?
What makes more sense? Sorry, grammatically?
Zia, side note.
Oh, side note. Oh, yes. I mean, then we have already a little sneak peek for the Rapid matches tomorrow.
Yeah. Exactly, I love that. And they played the rook a7 idea. So after takes and rook a7, I did mention, if you don't want to give up the exchange and probably having this PTSD from yesterday, I would imagine she wouldn't want to give up the exchange so easily, especially unprovoked. And queen a2, what a beautiful maneuver. I wonder what the idea behind it is.
You just say it's beautiful, even though we haven't seen the maneuver yet. I love that. Yeah, what could be the idea here?
Yeah. Perhaps sidestepping for a particular reason we are yet to discover. I imagine that rook d1 will follow.
Right.
Yes! You know what's happening? She's covering the squares that the queen can go to. I'm seeing a potential trapping of the queen in the center of the board. This is her intention right now.
So we just made sure that she cannot go to c4 anymore.
Which was actually the only square available to the queen. And now it's up to black to sort of discover a way to relieve this queen. I'm wondering if there's a way to prevent it. Is there? I'm doing a sneak
We can
peek.
take on c5.
We could.
We can take maybe on c5 so that we have the square b5 again for our queen.
Oh, we can take with the bishop. But then,
You cannot take the f rook now because f2 would be hanging.
that's true. So what happens after this and this?
And now queen b4.
Hmm.
Yeah, and if you go back, you could repeat the position maybe.
What about this?
Okay, I guess I have to take back with the
Knight.
way.
If queen takes, maybe bishop d6. So knight takes, and
But
maybe
your
this
bishop is
scenario.
also hanging after bishop d6 earlier.
Oh,
If
true.
we would have taken
True.
on c5
So
with
taking.
with the queen, I'm also taking
Very,
the
very
bishop.
keen observation. Yeah, very keen observation. I like that. So, is there anything else that I wonder?
Black's still up 2 pawns somehow.
Could we? Maybe it doesn't make any sense, but playing like this but knight b6, I guess. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, this seems very tricky. I feel like there's a tactic that I'm missing though. Ah, there's bishop e3. I mean, it doesn't do a lot. Queen d6, knight c5, knight c5, and queen a3. So there's some merit to having the queen on the a file and always threatening the exchange. I'm shaking in my boots, and I'm not even wearing boots. Okay, we can come back to queen a2.
This is so complicated.
It is so complicated, right? Like, I'm freaking out, and we're not.
So
even
I would
playing.
not.
Yeah.
I would not want to be in shaking boots here with this time management.
Me neither. And probably, yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to have at least 20 minutes on the clock, but those 20 minutes are going to dissipate so quickly. Like, I feel like in chess, there are certain black holes when it comes to time control. And my theory is that it's between 20 minutes and like 15 minutes. This time just disappears so quickly. So you could often not see it go. She just crossed the 20-minute mark, and I believe that the next move she'll make is at 15 minutes. And the next black hole is between 5 minutes and 1 minute. If you dip below 5 minutes, the time between 5 and 1 will just like absolutely like go so quickly. I feel like there's some...
That's true.
Yeah, there's some supernatural...
They're just
warp.
taking the time off. You cannot do anything. But yeah, I think I really like the comment here from Unsong. So bishop takes c6 and then rook a7 was not what we were expecting. Yeah, it was not our main line. Like we thought she would go for the sacrifice of the exchange, but she went for the move that you proposed, I think, and seems like a playable move, keeping the tension and going for some crazy lines here. So I'm all here for it. Shall we go to the next board of Humpy with the triple pawns against Yushin Song?
Yes, let's do it. All right. What did we miss with the triple pawns? Okay. Let's come back a bit, because I feel like we've missed out on some action, right? So attacking... okay, that's not what happened. But I do want to see what happened. Let's just promote this variation. The last thing we saw was queen c6, attacking the pawn. The queen retreated to e3. Okay, we hadn't considered this line. And knight d5.
We thought about... Did we think about knight e4 or something, I guess?
Yes, we did dream about knight e4 at some point.
Oh, but the problem was rook d5, right? And then everything was suddenly falling.
But then you would have to like calculate this, giving up one more pawn just for the greater good of society. But coming back, maybe queen... I went back too far, I think. Okay, we were here. No, why does it keep doing that? What happened? Queen e2 happened.
Didn't.
Queen e3 happened. I'm just gonna promote it. There we go, queen e3. Knight d5 captures, rook takes, and b4. Okay, trying to hold on to the pawns for as long as possible, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, especially the C5 pawn is a really strong one.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you don't care too much about your triple pawns, but the C5 pawn is a strong one. Like, we have a 4 against 2 majority on the queen side, and maybe at some point we can make C4 possible. So, yeah, that's not easy for black to play, I guess.
Indeed, and this, this is not the current position, so we have h6, creating a loft for the king for later on, and then rook c1, with a very clear motive playing c4 to fork the pieces.
Dangerous fork is about to happen.
But also looking at the time difference, Happy Canary is now on 16 minutes, and they have 14 moves to go until that additional 30 minutes added to the clock. And we did this just for you. We were doing some research before the stream started. Katharina and I were trying to go back and forth, trying to figure out how to pronounce Miss Song's name. And finally, we found a phonetic version that was to help us out, and it's Yusheng Song. Yusheng. I think that's a very unique name. I've never heard that name before. Probably very traditional as well. But Yusheng, as we discussed earlier, is in a must-win situation. So with this material advantage, she might be able to hold on to it for quite some time. What do you think?
I mean, she has to. There's no other choice, I guess. But yeah, it looks like definitely a position that is really likely not to end on a draw. So it's a do or die situation, which is good for her. So she is her material up, and she can keep playing this position for a really long time, being 2 pawns up here. So yeah, I think she will hold on to it.
Mm-hmm. How do you think black should respond in a position like this? Maybe trying to just take advantage of the open file. It's the only open file on the board.
Dribbling up the heavy pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
And maybe even like some ideas of coming over to this side later on. And just creating some chaos, wreaking havoc.
Just mating the king.
Exactly. Because when in doubt,
yeah,
checkmate the king. Yeah.
Just
Oh, wow. Okay, I also want to jump on board. I'm just going to copy paste and hope that I have the emote. Is it like it's a global emote, right? Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a global one.
I'm in the club.
That might be my favorite one. I don't know.
Pew
It's
pew
just
pew.
like, pew!
It's like yeet. Finger guns, lightning thunder.
Okay, should we take one more look at the Nana against Lei Ting-Jie game and then go for a quick break before we step into the heavy time trouble zone?
Yes, I agree with this plan. Very, very nice plan. And we saw some development here. The last move that was made, or at least I think that was made, was b4, right? So she opted for b4 eventually after some thinking. I'm trying to figure out, I might just refresh quickly to see how much time she spent on this move, because I wanted to figure it out. All right, so she spent 13 minutes on this move, and after that, knight b1, queen b6, okay, going after just protecting the pawn, I guess, and putting pressure on d4. What happened after that? b3. Thoughts?
So b3 means that c3 will be weak in the future because the pawn is not protecting that square anymore. But in the same time, like, the queen side seems a little bit closed off now, so now maybe in the future stuff will happen at the king side again. I don't know, because, like, again, we only traded 1 pawn here so far, which is crazy. This position, like, so much happened, but nothing has been traded. So yeah, it's a really interesting position, but yeah, the black king is still in the middle, not knowing what to do. Yeah, I don't know where to develop the pieces here. I don't know. It's really complicated.
Yeah.
Especially the bishop on c1. Like, it should go somewhere, but where. But maybe
Exactly.
after the knight on c4 goes back, maybe then we can go back to our awesome e3 square where it has been before. I mean, there were two knights that we're slowly kicking out one after another, and now we can maybe as white should just put the bishops back on better squares, like one bishop to d3, one to e3. That are probably the next moves here. And I see we have a new live move. King c7 happened
Yeah,
here.
that's why I was laughing.
So
Yeah,
wow.
because you mentioned
Oh,
the king like sitting on e8, and then like immediately as you said
uh,
that, they moved king c7, and I was like, oh my gosh, well, the timing is just perfect.
I love that.
Yeah.
Also, I love that we can laugh about like chess moves. That just shows how how much we're into the game. And be like, haha, the king move happened.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff right
Oh,
here.
that's awesome.
This king is going on a trek. It's like around the world in 80 days. It's really something to marvel at. And one thing also to note is that this connects the rooks finally for black. And I think that's a relief for Nana, because Nana might say, okay, I understand that the queen side is a little bit blocked off, and might actually redirect her focus towards the king side. There's a big might there, like small potential of that happening. I still don't know, and maybe it'll
And
take some
also,
time.
since the queen side is blocked off now, the king is pretty safe on b7. Like, and now we can really try to do an attack against the king on g1. So maybe there's some serious play here now for Nana.
Yeah, this will be exciting stuff to watch. They're on move 25 with 15 minutes, 15 minutes, yes, 15 moves to
Oh,
go. Yep, 15 moves to go until the
and
additional.
15 minutes for Nana, yeah.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So maybe I wasn't entirely wrong there. 26 minutes for Lei Ting-ji and 16 minutes for Nana. So we will come back to this game, but shall we take our second break of today?
Yes, let's do it. We'll be back in no time, and everyone be ready for the exciting time trouble phase. Zeitnotphase.
Zeitnotphase! Yay!
Oh, yeah.
I need to learn some German. That's amazing. All right, we'll be back soon.
Yeah, you already did.
We are back after the break. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you guys came prepared with some blankets and ice cream and popcorn and chocolate and all the good things that can
Ooh,
fill the
chocolate
belly.
would be nice. I don't have chocolate here, unfortunately.
Are you a huge chocolate lover?
I love chocolate, but I try not to buy it because when I buy it, then it's gone. So,
I completely agree with that. Like for me as well, I'm a huge chocolate fondue. So yeah, self-control is just so tough when it comes to the sweet treats. Yeah.
it is so hard. It is so hard, yeah.
Did we miss anything?
Okay, we got some new moves here. So there are rooks on the G and H file.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened here? What was the last position we saw? I think the king was still on C7 the last time we checked. So they
Yes.
played a lot of moves.
Yeah, I think your idea of king b7 and the king sort of just being very solid on b7
Mhm.
and
My only concern is here that all the pieces are still on the queen side from black,
hmm,
and she's starting to do something on the king side, but the pieces are not there.
that's true.
Especially the knight on a4, a5. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, well, this is not really doing anything there on a5. I feel like so that could be a little bit dangerous, I think.
That's true. I'm gonna try and do like a mini deep dive into the like evaluation of the position. I was always told some easy methods in order to decide whether an attack is even possible. So when we divide the board in half, we can often see how many pieces are on either side to decide whether it's a good idea to attack. And if a piece takes about 2 moves to get to where you want it to be, and in this case, close to the king, then we can count that piece as part of the attack. So we can count the rook, 1, 2, maybe the bishop, maybe the queen as well. So there are some easy-ish ways to get the pieces back, but I do agree with you here that the knights are a little out of action. But also with the position being quite close in the center, I'm wondering if black can afford this idea of an early, attack, or maybe she's just slowly trying to build it up. But yeah, this knight on a5, it does tie the knight on d2 down for now, just because of the b3 pawn. These 2 rooks for white will also be quite difficult to bring into the game if needed on the king side. So yeah, my very limited knowledge of being able to evaluate a position might hinder my ability to know whether this is a good idea or not. But I am all for some dynamic play rather than just trading the pieces and going into an equal endgame. So if you were playing for either side here, white or black, which one would you choose?
Yeah, maybe we should jump into the actual position
Yep.
to evaluate that one.
Yeah, sure.
So only I think 3 more moves happened here.
Yes.
Yeah, so okay, let me look at the position for a second.
Sure. Oh,
Oh yeah, 95. That's a really nice square for the knight. Okay, you cannot take with the knight because then I take back and your queen is hanging on b6 and your bishop on f6. So that is something that you cannot do. And if you take back with the bishop, I can also take back with the pawn. And I think you're just in big danger because my bishops are opening up. And I mean, yes, black want to start an attack here, but I think we also have a big attack coming up here. And I think the attack of white is a little bit more structured. Like the pieces are not all over the board. They are like working together with each other. And those pieces are just like standing around, I feel like.
that's
So
super
I think I would
harmonious.
prefer the white pieces here.
Yeah, I might agree with you here. I completely forgot about the bishop on f1. And once this diagonal opens, that pawn on a6 is lost and probably the game, because that pawn is really keeping things together at the moment. I don't know how black can respond. Maybe bishop to e8 might be forced, right? Because you want to keep this like 2 square distance from the knight, also to stop it from advancing. Like it really covers all those entry squares for the knight going forward. Okay, not these 2, sorry. I got a little excited. But yeah, bishop e8. might border the knight a little bit. But things are really under pressure. Like, it would be really tough to make any progress for either side, maybe. Like, after bishop e8, let's quickly play it on the board. I don't know what would happen. Maybe the idea is now to play king to a7 and queen to b... Oh, dear. I don't know.
Yeah, that's wild. Also considering that they only have 10 minutes left here for the next 10 moves is crazy. But we should also jump real quick to the other boards because they have the same situation. And also I see that YouTube, they're wishing for the Vaishali game. But before we go to the Vaishali game, I want to have a quick look at the Divya-Harika against Harika Dzagnidze-Lei game here. So what do we have here? So in fact, the A pawn is gone and traded off with the b7 pawn, so that's something we thought could happen. But the c pawn did not trade off for the e pawn, which I said, oh, if that is happening, it's a draw. So that means black still has this passed pawn here.
Yeah, the bishops are still on the board, Katharina.
The bishops are still on the board. That's also correct. And I think, yeah, you should move your bishop now probably, because otherwise white can take. And, oh, are you not in the position that we have? Oh, sorry, you're not.
No. I'm trying to just make sure we are. There we go. Yeah. I think this is the position you're talking about, right?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't check that you're in another
not
position. So yeah, black should move the bishop here, because otherwise white can take. And that would be not great. So yeah, but if we just, I don't know, move to g4, maybe also taking here the rook.
Hadn't Lei played knight b1 in response to b4? Yes, we had. We saw that the knight was redirected to b1 via, or rather to d2 via b1. Jeez, hadn't Harika played h4? Yeah, that's what we're looking at now. And Song just catching up with chat for a second. And I think the bishops will come off, and once they're off, it would be closer to a draw than it is at the moment. But with 6 minutes on the clock for Divya versus Harika's 22 minutes, maybe she'll still try to maintain some pressure with the pieces on the board. Given the chance,
I think if someone can win here, it's definitely black, just because they have a passed pawn, and this pawn is not really dangerous. So it's just a question if we can make it run, because right now we cannot go to c2 because this square is covered by all of the pieces. Yeah, I think Divya is playing for a win here right now.
Yeah, her moves are speaking volumes. I think here she's saying, listen, I don't want to trade bishops. I want to keep my pieces on the board. I'm going to push for a win. Like, she's not thinking too much about the time she has left. Only 8 moves to go until time control. And with those extra 30 minutes, man, lots of things can happen.
Can we look at the quick line? I was just thinking if that's possible. Instead of bishop e6, if we would have taken on e4.
Yes.
Takes back, rook takes, and then c3.
Yes. Oh.
And if you take on a4, I would take on b2.
This is crazy. And of course, this is not possible. It's just winning. Yeah.
So I think after c3, you have to play rook e2, rook b to e2.
b to e2, yes. Oh, yes.
But now I can maybe also make my pawn running somehow.
Like this. That's so good. Wait, hang on a second. Was this the way to go? What would happen after captures? Rook takes e4. Is there maybe there's an intermediate. Yes. Okay, we missed that.
Oh, that's sad. Okay.
If there wasn't, if that king was on g7, it would have been beautiful, I think. And I feel like, yeah.
Oh, sad.
No, your tactic was incredible. It really made me think. Wow. Nice job.
Yeah, no, but you should always consider checks, and I forgot about rook b8 there.
We'll just pretend like it didn't work, and your plan was the way.
Okay, so Vaishali is pressing for a win now. Divya is pressing for a win. Let's go to the Vaishali game
Yep.
because that's also what YouTube wants to see so bad. We have 3 comments saying Vaishali, Vaishali, Vaishali.
Wow.
So it seems like we have a big Vaishali fan base here on YouTube, which is awesome. I love to see that. Nice that you're here, I guess. So what happened here in the last moves? Maybe we can go a few moves back to see what happened here, because a lot actually happened. The game looked so complicated with the queen still on d4, I think. Yeah, queen a2 was the move we saw, threatening rook d1, and the queen would have had no space to go, no place to go.
Yeah.
So how did she react on that threat?
So knight d5. Knight d5 was played, and of course bishop takes d7 is possible, but the rook is backing it up, and rook d1. So, oh dear, it went to the live position, my bad. All right, so rook d1,
Okay,
rook
so
a to d1.
she had placed for her queen on f6 now after that move.
Smart. Coming back, bishop d6. It does look very
Those
promising.
bishops look so dangerous, like the bishops on c6 and d6, but it looks like black has everything under control.
Yeah, it does look very promising for white, I still think. And with e4, c2! c2. Oh wow. Oh wow. Trying to understand the weight behind it. You know what I think? I think that the knight is struggling to find a square, and c2 allows the knight this square.
To c3. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Right. So now takes, giving the pawn, one of the pawns back, right? So material is finally equal after a very, very long time.
Yeah, black used to be up 2 pawns, but not anymore. So now rook d8. It looks like this is like rook d7 to d8. Looks like you have to make some, like, this is not a move like you want to play. This is more like, okay, I have to play this move.
Exactly.
I mean, this really looks like white is on the driver's seat here right now, because the bishop on d6 looks really strong, and also the pawn on c5 is really close to queening. On the other hand, the pawn on a5 is blockaded by the queen and cannot really do so much. So I guess, yeah, white should better, also with the idea of playing e5 here, making sure everything is double and 3 times protected here, and also questioning the queen to go somewhere else. I think I would really prefer white here.
I would too. It's a very unique situation here with bishops of the same color, both having a passed pawn, and as you suggested here, e5 has been played, and the amount of space that white has in this endgame, I feel like gives white quite an edge. And it's interesting to see that, you know, with e5 you're committing to locking your pawn on a dark square, given that, oh, these 2 moves were played so quickly. I suppose it makes sense since they're so low on time on move 28, 12 moves to go. Vaishali is now sitting below that 5-minute mark, probably closing in on it. And like I said, this black hole of like 5 to 1 minutes goes so quickly. So she just has to keep an eye on that time there. And oh wow, the space.
Yeah, I mean, Tan is also, though, doesn't have so much time left here. I mean, 13 minutes for 12 moves is also not too much, but yeah, Vaishali definitely needs to play fast here and needs to find a way out, because if she would lose this game, she has to fly home. She would be out.
That's true. Or she can stay on holiday, you know.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. I mean, she does not have to leave, but she is definitely not gonna play in tournament if she would lose this match. I mean, she can still win the game. Everything's possible. It's just super complicated.
Yeah, I like the dramatic approach. If she loses, she has to fly home. Dun dun dun.
we need to
We have to have some dramatic sounds. Maybe Lichess can organize like a sound deck for us, and we can insert some very relevant sound effects.
Great. When we say something and then it's like da-da-da-dum.
Exactly, or like a but if it's a really bad joke, which is most of the time. Yeah.
That would be so cool. Also, the Twitch said also saying rooting for Ramesh Babu. So yeah, we have a lot of fans here for her, which is amazing that she's such a huge fan base.
That is really, really nice to have that sort of support structure, and I'm sure she can feel it, especially playing. She's playing for you guys. Every point is for you.
Mm.
Queen
Oh
C2.
yeah,
I like how
we're
fast Tan
hearing all you
Zhongyi.
cheering.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi is playing so fast. Yeah, and maybe her.
She's ready to push that pawn.
Hmm,
All the heavy pieces behind it, she's ready to just push it, I guess, in
hmm,
the future. Maybe not right now because then black can maybe trade the bishop on d6 and
hmm.
then black wins a pawn.
True.
Um, but I think she's cooking here. She's preparing something. Maybe rook d1. I don't know.
Let her cook.
Let her go. No, I'm hyped. I think like with the low times, really the the pep is going up. I don't know how you say this.
Hmm.
The intensity.
The intensity. Yeah, the heat. Bring the heat.
Heat.
I
Oh yeah, the
definitely need
heat.
some heat. Yeah. I think we just don't have the live positions. I hope that the positions are live. Oh, okay. Let me refresh the ones that are on the screen, which are my browser source. I hope that it has updated now. I'm just going to do this, and we should be seeing the live times. Sorry, just reminding me about that now and then will be good, chat. Thank you so much. I am back. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, I'm telling you. My research is building and my hypothesis
That
is being
is
proven.
crazy.
Yeah.
I kind of don't want to switch right now because this is so intense, but we also have to look at Humpy Conero against Yu Shin Song
Yep.
here on board number 4, where Yu Shin Song is in a must-win situation with the white pieces, and she's still up 1 pawn,
Yep.
but she still has the triple pawn on the F file, which still looks so wholesome. Yes, so
I love your use of
how
it. Awesome. That's perfect. Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know, white can play with rook d3 and queen e5 and put some pressure on the d5 pawn, because now you don't have any pawns to protect that pawn anymore, so maybe we can just go for that.
I agree. I like that plan. You know, this isolated queen's pawn can often just be such a liability in the endgame. So, you know, white still has this chance of being able to be 2 pawns up rather than the 1, because you really need that compensation if your pawns are sitting on top of each other on the F file. So, yeah, but one
I'm
pair of
worrying
rooks.
though. Let's imagine we're not doing anything. Black can just come like queen f5, queen g6, king h1, and rook c1 mate.
Ooh,
So, I mean, the king could be weak, so maybe we should play something like rook b1 at some point to prevent. Oh, wait, did I say rook c1? This is not working. I think in my
I mean,
head when the
eventually,
queen
somehow.
is also trying to go for this pawn,
Yes,
then rook c1 in danger.
yes.
So yeah, we just need to make sure that our king is not in danger, because it could really well be in danger in the future, I think.
I agree. I agree. I like this plan of, you know, black not really caring about the pawn at some point, just going for an attack on the king, which is possible because black's king is safer than white's king. This is a fact. And I like what you said. So 5 minutes, not a lot of time left, but okay, they're very close to reaching time control, though 9 moves is quite a trek. I mean, 31 moves in and have to reach 40 moves for that extra 30 minutes. So we'll see what happens here. I do have to mention, though, that on board 2, I know we're jumping, but board 2, Divya has 2 minutes versus Harika's 20 minutes. Katharina. Yeah,
Okay.
shall we jump?
Let's look at, and we said that if someone is playing for a win, it's Divya, and I would still say that's the truth, because her pass pawn is just farther away from the other pawns. I mean, now if it happens that takes, we can like go with the king and try to grab that pawn here. So that could be a plan. I mean, if you take, I can just take that one back. But yeah, that should probably be a draw. It looks like a draw because the king can really easily come here. And in the meantime, you try to get your king in here somehow.
Yeah.
It looks drawish to me. What do you think?
I think, yeah, you're right with your assessment. It could be a draw, of course, with a misstep. There's a possibility for black with the outside pass pawn to still prevail, I think. I mean, if we were to just take a look at some very, very basic lines, like going like this.
Oh,
and-
look. Oh, you're playing this right now.
Oh,
Wow.
my bad. Yes.
I
Sorry,
thought-
I should tell you these things.
No, I thought. Oh, I was just about to say, wow, they're playing so fast right now, but it's your line.
Do you have the live board up? Like on the left, there's like chat room and live board.
I have it on the. Oh, on. I have the chat room. Yes, I mean, I never clicked on the live board thingy, but yeah, the chat room is also here. But it's only you and me, right? So if I write something, only you can read it, I
Probably.
guess.
Yeah. So I keep
I
the
can
live
check.
board up just to check in case there's some like crazy things going on. So that you don't get confused about whether it's me or. Yeah, I didn't mean to freak you out. I'm so sorry. So rook, king to g4 maybe, and see this is maybe not even a draw anymore. So this is what concerns me. I'm wondering, like in a position like this, maybe you have to make some very important endgame decision that.
Well, this should be winning for black because now. Oh no, wait. I'm in a completely different position here.
Oh dear. Which
yeah.
position are you in? G4?
No,
Like here?
no, no, I was mistaken. Oh yeah, in this position I
Yeah.
was, but this is all wrong. I don't know. Yeah, so white should not go too early to the c3 pawn because if our king makes it in there, we can just collect all the pawns. Oh, I think h5 is a really nice move because it makes sure that you cannot play g4 yourself and prevent the black king from coming in.
So maybe in this position, it's very important to play g4. Maybe. And then here and question mark. Maybe you don't even take, right? You just play like this and then after here, I don't know. Maybe this is good for black. I don't know. How do you play this? How is this a draw? h5? Oh, white has to play h5. What about g4? It's also drawn. Rook c4. King f3. h5. Take it. Okay.
Yeah, and then there are almost no pawns left. So even if I win the f and the h pawn and I'm a pawn up, that should be a draw.
Right. Yeah. It's not enough?
No, I mean now it's
Oh,
no.
just
Yeah,
in
in
time.
in time.
Just in time. Wow. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to the original or the live position. That's an interesting.
So you think this is
line.
gonna end in a draw, this endgame here between Divya and Harika?
I think 98% chance, like 2% chance there'll be some mistake, but they're like almost in move 40, so I don't think there'll be any mistakes from either side, and it will be a draw. Yeah.
It will be a draw, and that means it will be a tiebreak if it's gonna be a draw.
Yes, I'm dancing already. Really, really nice
Okay,
to
let's
see.
go to the next game then.
Yes. Oh, we skipped over board number 1, but maybe we can just quickly check out what's going on there between Nana Dzagnidze and Leitinji. I would like to know if there's someone who enjoys research in chat. What is the personal records between Harika and Divya? How many times have they played? What is the current score between the two of them? It would be really nice statistics and something that perhaps I'll try to prepare for the semifinals, just to know, what's happening between the two players. But it would be nice. Okay, I had the engine on here, but it's +3, and I'm trying to figure out how.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's the reason that like all of our pieces are pointing to the king
Hmm.
here, and we maybe also like we want to make this here active somehow. So if we can, okay, not working right now, but if like we can play something on c4 maybe, and you have to take, and we then sacrifice. You know, maybe that would also be an idea in the future. But also just 95 here again looks really strong. Yeah.
Called it.
Like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because again, like we had this earlier, but you cannot really take because then you just lose a piece
Hmm.
and the game.
Yeah.
So what are you supposed to do here? It
Yeah,
looks
this is.
terrible because you can also like if you move your rook somewhere, I don't know, to c7, I can just take on c6,
Hmm.
and if you take back, then can
Yeah,
I
I think queen
take
takes
take
a6, right?
take?
Ah, I was thinking just queen
No,
takes
you're
with this idea of queen takes,
yeah
bishop takes, king takes, and
yeah.
you
Queen
pick up.
takes a6 is good,
Hmm.
and then we have a pass pawn in the end.
Yeah. Oh, bishop takes. Okay, let's go back. Oh dear. Wait, wait,
Oh,
wait,
now
wait,
you want
wait,
to play
what?
d4?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean you have. Wow, yeah.
A
This looks
queen.
terrible for black.
I'm just in awe at the moment. Like, hang on. What does white do here? Like, queen, no. Okay, maybe just bishop g2. I'm thinking bishop g2 because black cannot take the bishop. Rook on d7 is hanging, and the idea maybe just to pile the pressure on the knight again. I can only imagine that could be the way to go. Thoughts?
Yeah, looks tempting here. Just don't move the. I mean, the bishop on e3 is not doing so much anyway, so bishop g2 looks like a really strong move.
We can take a look at some options, maybe doubling of the rooks over here, but now the knight is no longer able to capture on e5, so maybe bring the bishop back and then play queen to e4.
Yeah, that looks terrible for black.
Yeah, something
Okay.
like this. Queen e4 and...
I mean, if Lei Ting Jie manages to win here, she would jump right into the semifinals.
Indeed, having a break tomorrow would benefit her greatly. And who is she set to play if she wins? Today, if she wins, she will either face Humpy Kaneru or Yu Sheng Song. And if Yu Sheng wins today, they'll be going into tiebreaks. So I think she'll be very happy to know that her...
True. So yeah, we definitely need to look at the other games as well again because so much is happening. Let's go to the Vaishali game again.
Yes.
And also happy International Chess Day to Aspirant on YouTube. So what happened here since we last checked?
We see g4.
We did not see g4 yet. Yeah.
Let's go back.
G4 is a crazy move. Wow. I did not expect g4 in a position like this, but I guess she wanted to trap the queen maybe somehow.
All right.
Okay,
so
I mean the queen
rooks...
can always go to h3 here.
That's exactly what I think is happening, right? Because that queen doesn't really have a lot of range.
She's going for a queen hunt.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean now the queen can go back to d8 in the worst case, but yeah, it does look like white is still in the driver's seat here. Not easy here for Vaishali to maintain that, and she only has 1 minute left for the next 6 moves. So yeah, I'm curious how she's gonna proceed here. Like, what moves do you even want to play with black? It looks like you're just standing there and try to defend everything that white is threatening, but I don't see an active plan that that she could do here. Do you see anything that she could maybe try to do?
With black, very, very tough.
Yeah.
Because no space. You're also being tied down to the defense of pawn advancements, and the bishop seems a little bit trapped on the queen side. So I think one option could be to try to trade, which is very, very tough. Yeah, this is one of the moves I was considering alongside rook h3. With rook g3 being played, the idea is to simply push the pawn, attack the queen again, and also open up the king side. Because once again,
Yeah, the rook is ready for attack on g3.
Yeah, black's pieces are very much tied to the queen side, which allows white to build something on the king side. I would love to see.
Vaishali's having a tough time here.
Yeah, somehow.
Also, the chat, they followed the request and they said 14 games between Harika and Divya in the past, and Harika is right now leading 7-2.
Wow.
So yeah, in the history, she made good points against her, but she's also older, right? So Divya gained a lot of strength in the last years. So
true.
maybe this score will change a bit in the future.
It's a very, very keen observation because, of course, it's the last 3 or 4 years that Divya has just risen quite a lot. She got a board prize at the World Olympiad last year in Budapest, and she's really shown a lot of strength.
Also, did you know that she won a board prize? Divya, she won a board prize for, I think, third board, because she had so many important wins. I don't know how many points she scored, but she did win the board prize for the third board. So she had an awesome tournament there as well.
Yeah, indeed. So f4 is on the board. f4 is on the board. 50 seconds for Vaishali. I don't want to move from this board right now. It's showing that Divya has like 0-0, but I think that's just a time issue with the clock and the lag and the DGT updates. So I want to stay.
Yeah, I would agree. We should stay on the board here because this is really intense. Okay, she's going to g6. I would have guessed she would go to d8.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like this is running into f5, basically. Like, can we not just play f5 here and you're like being like crushed? I don't know. This looks like terrible.
It's difficult. She didn't have a lot of time to make a decision and decided. I mean, there is some sort of idea behind it. You want to trade pieces if you don't have a lot of space, but on the other hand, maybe she felt as though that queen d8 was conceding to this attack on the king side. So on one hand, maybe the pawn structure would be quite bad for black if white decides to exchange. What do you think white should do here? Just f5?
Yeah, 100%. I think f5 is what white needs to do anyway. So that's why I don't understand queen g6, because it's running into that, right?
Okay, so I'm playing around with the analysis. Something like this, right? And then like maybe here.
Yeah, this looks game over for Vaishali.
Oh, jeez.
Oh god, Vaishali.
Yeah, this would be...
Okay, but is there anything else you could do after f5?
What the live position is? Okay.
So f5 has not been played yet?
Not yet, no. Well, Tan Zhongyi has a couple minutes to think about it. And I really hope that the game will at least continue for a little bit and that she still has some fight left in her. Yeah, Vaishali fans, we are all holding on to our seats at the moment, so bear with. I'm hoping for...
Shed proposed after f5, maybe just queen g5, not taking, not opening up the g file.
Okay, we can look at this. But then again, h4, right? Because you still want this queen to go to the h file so you can play...
yeah, but at least
g5.
now, yeah, maybe now h5 or something. You know, at least it's not completely open up the g file.
Yeah, so maybe...
Oh, wait.
Okay, let's go back. Queen C1!
Queen C1 has
Queen C1 has been played. Katharina, what is happening?
I did not expect that. Is that the best move? I really thought F5 looked so tempting here. I think I would have played F5.
I sneaked at the engine. F5 was indeed the best, yes.
But Queen C1, is that also good?
Let's see. It was almost +2 before this, and now it's 0.6 and back.
Oh wow,
to...
so it was a blunder then.
Yeah, maybe a missed
So it was a huge
opportunity.
blunder.
Yeah, and now back to +1, giving, white quite an advantage once again with h5, which makes me think, is f5 possible now? Because if you play here, takes, then we take,
Oh my gosh.
maybe not.
I also turned the engine on. After Queen C1, black can play F5, which looks so logical because you want to close that up.
Oh.
And prevent him from playing that yourself. And when you now take on F5, we can take back with the queen. So after Queen C1, F5 looks promising, but she did not play F5. She played H5 instead. Maybe with the same idea, because as soon as the pawn takes on H5, like you don't have as much power anymore over F5. So yeah.
I guess our hopes and dreams were answered, and the game continues without any, major things happening. But let's see. The best move here, according to the engine, is h3. Let's see if she'll go ahead and play this move, because it does allow black to play h4. And maybe it's sort of against what white wants, right? White wants to open up the G and F files, even H file. So we'll see. And wait, shall we?
Crazy position to play.
Shall we jump?
40 seconds on the clock.
I want to jump.
To another board?
Yes.
I would stay for this board, to be honest. We have
Okay.
3 more moves, and I feel like this is the most exciting one.
Okay, let's do it.
And
I
also,
trust.
we have a lot of people who want to see this board.
Sure.
But if anyone wants another board, please let us know. But I think... Oh, wow. Did this happen? Did
It happened. Yes.
F5 happen here? Oh, wow.
So she
Okay,
played F5.
F5 happened.
And it's back to equality.
Play
Like I
F5
said,
now.
yeah, she wants to maybe just give up a pawn to allow these files to open, because now I think maybe even just taking on the F5, queen takes, and something like rook to F4. And
But I really don't understand Queen C1 then. Why did you not play it when the queen was still protecting the pawn?
Yeah.
Like, is your queen better on C1?
my thoughts exactly. You know what I think is going to happen? I think queen takes, because they're approaching move 40. I don't want to make any moves that's going to mess us around here and miss the live moves. But rook to G5, maybe queen to H6 or H7, and then king G3, hoping for rook H4. This might be it. Never mind. I take it back.
Okay, white just crossed the 40 moves. That means Vaishali needs to do one more move. And then she's also in that 40 move range here.
Critical moments.
Okay, that looks really risky, the H file in general, like you pointed out. I don't know, but it looks like maybe in the future white can play something like rook H3 and roll over there. But yeah, maybe not. Maybe we're in time as black here.
I think so. Maybe she's also redirected her idea to playing E6, which makes sense with the queen E3. But I know for a fact that one of the questions will be like, what's the idea behind queen C1? E6 doesn't work yet because
I
C5.
just checked. You know what black has here? Bishop takes C5, and after bishop takes C5, we have F4, distracting the queen from protecting the bishop. So we can trade the F5 pawn against the C5 pawn, and that's a huge step in the right direction here. And yeah, Vaishali was in big danger here earlier, but she managed to survive this. I mean, she needs to find one more move here. She has 5 more seconds to play her move to not lose on time, and she played F4 first.
Yeah,
It's
same idea.
I mean, it needs to to take, and now we can take on c5 and trade those pawns off, and there's not much left for white. So she made it through the time trouble and has an equal position again.
Yep.
She was really losing 5 moves ago if white would have found f5,
Yep.
the blowout move, but she didn't. So yeah.
You know what I'm worried about, Katharina? I'm really worried about White's king after all these exchanges, because now Black's king is no longer in danger. White's king is completely open, and these files are going to be open for the black rooks. So if anything, I think the tables have turned. The turns have now tabled. My flabbers have been gasted.
I love that.
Yeah. So maybe rook takes
So you
his...
think Vaishali might be in the driver's seat now?
Yeah.
I mean, Vaishali does have a pass pawn on the a file.
This rook takes f4 feels so much more natural than queen takes, for the reason of the fact that like
rook takes f4?
No, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm just thinking about it because for some reason engine gives like a huge advantage for black in this position, and I'm trying to figure out why. Rook takes seems natural because you want to cover this e2 square in case the queen comes down, and on the other hand, like bishop takes, I was thinking that this is actually completely good for white, but now the e5 pawn is weak, and you have to then choose between like king safety and this. So I was really, really worried, because even after time control, you might think that now you have the world of time to think, and it's often times where blunders are made. So I'm going to refresh so we can see the time. And since they've reached time control, shall we stay here, which is still a pretty awesome position to stay in, or should we check it out, check the others out?
Yeah, we should check out the others, what happened in the time trouble at the other moves, because I think now they will take some minutes to digest this position and think about what happened. And I see that you jumped to the Connery Humpy against Yu Shin Song game.
Yes.
And yeah, as we remember, Yu Shin is in a must-win situation, and she's not up the pawn anymore. She used to be up 2 pawns.
Yeah.
But yeah, it happened a lot here, and she still has to find one more move. They're still not over the 40 moves yet. She needs to make one more move here. Yeah, I don't know. Can you take on f3 with a check?
Yeah, I was just thinking, but then king to e4, picking up the pawn.
And then you lose the precious 4 pawn, right? And this is just too important, this pawn.
But at least maybe the plan is to exchange as much as possible and just win the match. So king e4.
Yeah.
What happens after king e4? King e4, maybe king f7.
And then you want to play rook d2 and just grab that pawn. But I guess maybe then rook... Yeah.
So maybe you'll
wait.
This
looks really hard to win with the white pieces now.
I agree. And d3. At least she found the move with a couple seconds left on the clock. So they've also reached time control now. Shall we just do like a quick recap of the others to make sure that what we're seeing on the board is not actually happening? Okay, so it says 0-0, but the game has continued past move 40. I think it's still worth noting.
They passed both 40 this time. So today Nana did not lose on time. She made the 40th move, but her position again looks not really great. So yeah.
Wow. But look at how it's sort of transitioned. If we look at the pattern of the king and how it made its way from e8 to b7 to b8, and now black's rooks being redirected towards the c file, trying to defend as well as possible. It's going to be really tricky. I think late in G definitely has things under control. But it's an amazing fight, right? I mean, we saw g5 with this idea. It was requiring a lot of accuracy from late
To be
in
honest,
G.
I think this position is hopeless for black. I mean, you have those two knights that are just set, standing and protecting each other. And
Yeah.
on the other hand, we have the bishop pair and opening up the position. We're playing on both sides of the board. I mean, not only are we threatening everything on the left side of the board, but we're also like with f4 trying to win a pawn here, and like this like black is not doing anything. They're only defending with all their pieces. And the nice thing is also the bishops, they can play on two sides of the board at the same time. But knights, they need nice squares, and these squares are not nice. So I really think this could be a 2-0 win here for Lei Ting-Jie and eliminating Nana.
It's a really, really good note about the knights and versus the bishops in a situation like this where there's activity on both sides of the board. I think she's just been dealt really bad cards here for the endgame, and unfortunately it could mean the end of the road for Nana. And since they've reached move 40, did you check out board number 2, which was the last one we hadn't seen?
No,
If
I
they
did not.
have crossed over move 40. Okay, they're also on move 41, so a lot of
Oh,
sync.
and she listened to you. She did play with g4, which you suggested should come before black plays h5 themselves, and makes it possible for the king to still launch into this position. Yeah.
I think the moment as well that black plays h5, it's really crazy to think that, you know, capturing is the way to go after takes. I think they'll just liquidate the position into a completely drawn, like, rook on rook ending, but still, like, just being careful of some small things. So h5 takes, and maybe king f3, king e3, okay. And king d3, okay, just giving it up and going to this like we saw. So maybe that's exactly what will happen. Yeah.
Someone in chat said Harika is winning this one.
I like the idea of it, for sure. Yeah.
And someone on someone on YouTube is called Lichess and said they really, really, really want us to give him a shout out. So I will just say hello, thanks for watching, and really nice username you have there. So
hi Lichess.
I
What's
hope
up,
this-
YouTube?
nice that everyone on YouTube is also here and so active, and thanks for everyone to also make sure to like and subscribe. Right? That's what you say.
That's
and subscribe this
you said
channel.
it. You said
No,
it
if
too
you like
nicely. I
the-
think you have to add some like oomph or like aggression.
You
to it,
have
you
to
know?
like and subscribe.
Hell yeah! That was amazing.
Okay, but yeah, let's go to the next game. Because I think it was Charlie's game. Did something happen here? Oh, she did take with the queen.
It was she did take with the queen. Okay, yeah. Queen takes
Which
f4.
was the best move, right?
Yes, it was, to maintain equality there. I'm turning the engine off. I was easily thinking that yeah, this is the way to go. And maybe you think her dreams have now been killed of, you know, trying to achieve an attack on the king's side, or any sort of attack with the spatial advantage. Might be time to say goodbye to those dreams.
It's time to say goodbye. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe Blake is playing for a win now.
I was like jamming to the music. Just needed to keep like a flashlight on and just like waving it up and down. Like.
Can you tell the game situation right now? Yeah, we should just make a quick overview.
Okay.
So yesterday, Humpy Koneru and Lei Ting-Jie won their games. So since we're doing a best out of 2, they only needed a draw today. So, I mean, you see all the boards like the other ones on the left side. So Lei Ting-Jie has a winning position. So it really looks like she's gonna go into the semifinals. And yeah, Humpy Koneru looks like she will draw this position. So she will most likely also go into the semifinals. But with Divya Deshmukh against Harika Dronavali and Vaishali Rameshbabu against Tang Zhangji, who both drew their games yesterday. It looks like, yeah, not sure. It looks like equal position for both of their games, so that would mean both of them could possibly go into a tiebreak where we're all here for it. So that means we get to see tomorrow rapid chess, possibly a blitz chess, and maybe even an Armageddon in the end, I think. They're playing 15 minutes, then 10 minutes, and 5 minutes, and then Armageddon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It's it's quite a list of tie breaks, right? 25 minutes, then 15 minutes. No, I'm lying. Yes, no, it's correct, right? 2 sets of rapid, and then
Yeah, they're always playing like with both colors. So first with the white piece, then with the black. So two games of 15 minutes, best of 2. So if it's still 1-1 after this, then 10 minutes, then 5, I think.
Oh yes, you're
And
right.
then Armageddon.
Exactly. So it's 15 minutes plus 10, then 10 minutes plus 10, then 5 minutes plus 3, then 3 plus 2, and
oh, I forgot the 3 plus 2. Okay.
yes, yeah, and then 3 plus 2 with colors reversed, right, until there's a result.
Ah, okay. So they don't have an Armageddon at all.
I think they took that out. I remember Armageddon being a huge part of World Cup structure, but maybe it just became a little bit too
Wow, they took that
the
out.
pieces flying.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Can you fix the clock? This is from YouTube.
I wish I could. I tried refreshing. I'm really sorry about that, but not until they make a
Jesse,
move.
can you not just fix the clock?
Darn it! I have no powers. I need more power. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, they should. It should be working again any second, because they got an extra 30 minutes, and sometimes the DGTs are not transmitting the right signal at the right moment. But okay, so
At least if they do that, we can say we got updated DGT before GTA 6. But
should we look at oh yeah, so at Vaishali's game we are at right now. So what is you already set Queen E2 is a possibility to play here with black, right?
it was my only concern, but I don't even think there's much to it, right? Because it's only one check. It's one singular check.
But where are you going? Do we have a perpetual maybe even?
Possibly, if which I'm sure black would. I mean, they drew the first game, so maybe black is happy with the draw again going into tiebreaks. But queen e2 check, king h3, and queen back would be a potential perpetual, or just grabbing the pawn on c5.
True, yeah.
Being a pawn up in a drawn ending. Potentially drawn ending.
Let me check. Okay, wow. It looks like black only has one move, which is queen e2, and bishop takes c5 would be losing because of queen f6. Queen f6 threatening mate.
I was looking at queen f6, but I wasn't sure how good it was, and now I can see why, because there's a rook h4 in the middle there. Because queen h7, queen h8 defending the g pawn, and the queen is being trapped. So there's like a double threat, and if, let's say, bishop takes, queen takes, this is like really tough to manage, right? Because there's no check after this. And there's a mate.
The queen is defending the f1 square.
That's a very nice find.
So,
I had no idea. So queen e2 is forced.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you have to play queen e2. So let's look at what is the best thing. So if you go back to h3 and then queen h5, can we not play like queen h4, or are we just trading queens then? Probably we're happy to trade the queens, I guess, and then take on c5, as you said earlier, being a pawn up. Oh, you don't see what I'm doing?
Wait, no, I don't see.
So
Sorry.
I said,
let's go here. Wait, tell me again.
Yeah, so after, two, king h3, no, not taking on c5.
King h3, where are we?
Queen e2.
Yes, my bad.
Queen, yeah, and here I said, what is view, go like there, but you can just take and then take on c5. So you cannot go away from the perpetual like this, so you need to find another solution. So what is after queen to e2 check? you have other place to go. Maybe to h1, right? Because after queen e1 check,
You have this.
you have um, rook g1, but it looks like this is also losing.
Because the queen
Yeah,
doesn't
this
really
is
have a
also
lot
losing.
I see that. Okay.
Wow.
Right, so queen f6.
So you have to give now another only move. You have to give a check on d1, and after rook g1, then you have to give a check on d5.
Ah, okay. I see that. I see. That is tough to see. I mean, rook e4 maybe? But then there's no
Yeah.
way you could possibly play queen f6 because this rook
Yeah,
is...
rook e4 is right, and now we can sack the exchange by taking on d6,
No.
c takes d6, and rook c4.
No, this is impossible to see, Katharina. I can't. No way. This is absurd. Absurd. I mean, like, imagine d7 maybe being like only move or something.
Sorry again, which
I'm thinking like
d7?
in this position, like d7 being the only move, and it's wild. Wild. Then you have to double up.
Looks like d7 we can also take on e4.
With
Because,
the rook. No, with the rook.
yes.
With the rook.
Yes, with the rook. And if you take get a queen, we just take your queen, and if you take our rook,
It's a draw.
looks okay. Why is this equal? We're in exchange down, but I guess your king is just too weak on h1.
Maybe. Okay, this is a little bit beyond me. I want to come back. I want a refund. Yeah, tricky.
This is crazy. So I'm really curious. Yeah, how this is gonna go.
Still really critical. You'd think that things become a little bit easier after time control, but it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Wow. So the job is not yet done, and Tan Zhongyi still needs to prove herself if she wants an advantage out of this position. But I think it's Vaishali to move. So we'll wait patiently and see what happens. Okay, so shall we check out the remaining games just to see what's happening and then make more predictions?
Let's do that.
Okay. Oh, the pawn on d3 is gone. Okay, so d2, a quick d2, and I think this should just be a draw. This should be a draw, right? Even if the king is sitting pretty on d5.
I mean, it looks like white can still play this on for a while, because if the king manages to go in here, I mean, white is more active, and we still have a pawn here, so maybe we can try something out. I don't know. Okay. Oh, it's black turn, so probably just king e7, so we cannot go in there.
Right, king e7 being super critical to stop the king. Let's just play a random move though, like king e8. Like what happens to this evaluation might stay the same.
Yeah,
King in.
Try to go in here.
Oh, so this pawn is always a little bit sensy, like a little bit sensitive. Would be 2 king d8. Okay, even in this case, it seems like it should be fine. We're coming back. All right. So maybe not much to write home about in this position then. Should we look at board number 1, see what's happening between Nana and Lei Tinji?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm jumping
and also
around
the
so
times
much.
are no, but the times are also updated here.
Yes.
So that is also nice. Thanks for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I did it all by myself. Are you proud of me?
You did great.
Thank you.
I'm super confused by Divya's time though. Is it true that she's down to 1 minute? I cannot imagine.
Might be true actually. It might be. I'm just quickly going there. She might have spent like a
No, I
huge amount of
cannot.
time. Yeah, if it's ticking, then for sure she's like down to, like she's lost all of that time. Let me just quickly see. Oh, maybe this is like not the updated, it's not including the extra time because no one's time has lapsed, right? This is what I'm
But for her
assuming.
opponent, it is. For her opponent, it is updated.
We can just
It
write
says 44 minutes.
a really strongly worded email to FIDE for not fixing their
Yeah, so I
transmission.
think the 30 minutes more.
Yeah.
No, I'm confused by this time. This is not. This is weird.
Yeah, it
But
doesn't
yeah,
make
sorry,
a lot
we
of
jumped
sense.
us. So let's talk about Nana's game here.
Okay.
What's happening here? So 3 pieces are attacking the knight on c6 and 3 pieces are defending. So right now we cannot take it. Okay, our rook on c5 is attacked by the knight on g7 here. Choo choo.
I'm trying to see if there's a way, like a tactic to win. Playing something. I mean, this rook is under attack, right? So, can we take it? Can we come back? Take.
I mean, in theory, we can take on c6, like just
Yeah.
trade everything off, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we can just trade and then collect the pawns. Everything is falling. Like, look at bishop takes c6, rook takes, queen takes, and then we just take on d4 in the end. And then h6 is also hanging and b4 is hanging. This looks terrible for black.
Indeed. Let's see if there are any like entry squares, right, for checks. Then maybe.
I just hope you have no perpetual, and I would take on b4 as well.
Yeah.
My queen can also come back to e1 in the worst case.
That's true.
Like when my king is on the f file.
Maybe we can run.
Oh, to h4.
Because there's no check after that. So maybe something like this would be quite good. And then, I mean, this it's impossible to move the knight away from the king. So yeah, I think this job should be fairly straightforward to. Let's see, actually.
Yeah, so she has the option right now to trade everything off on c6 and just go into a winning endgame. Even though it hurts maybe a little to give up this strong bishop against this bad knight on c6, but if you have a winning endgame, you always need to consider what is left at the board at the end, and if it's winning, then it's winning.
To just follow what the engine suggests, though, I assume, yeah, just neutralizing is the best way to go, and then picking up the pawns as you mentioned. I just wanted to take a look at what the engine had suggested as well. I know it's ridiculous.
Oh, they want just to go back?
Yeah. Oh, this is how you build. And then pick up the pawn and queen b7. Yeah, you have to. Queen d3. Queen b6. Like, this is insane, just like maneuvering around. Yeah, I will refresh.
We also played rook c2.
Oh, this is what they played?
But you said rook c2 is the first angel line, right? So she went for the strongest move. But yeah, the other, both looks really good.
I wonder if she was afraid of allowing the queen to be free and like roaming around the board even after capturing some pawns. So because there was also this consideration of playing queen to f3 at the end. Like if we were looking at this boop, 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 like something like this at the end. It would be a little bit well, there's no checks actually. Maybe king h2. maybe not even king h2. Like, what do you play here? Queen e3. Yeah.
I like queen e3 a lot because it's still protecting the b3 pawn and also the h3 pawn.
That's true. And also not allowing the knight to come to this very important square.
And now h6 is also hanging again.
Yeah. The king has a path.
Yeah, I think she will win this game.
Yeah,
we got the question, explain the Divya game.
Explain it.
So let's explain it.
Okay.
So we do have a rook endgame.
Yeah, that's a good start.
With equal pawns. Yeah. And the question is, what is black gonna do when white is just gonna go over here? Yes, we can take this pawn here.
Let me follow you. Sorry. I just want to follow what you're saying.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
not at all.
So as soon as... Yeah, no, I didn't. I forgot to synchronize here. So if you go here to take this pawn, we can always take here. So there's not really an option, so you cannot really proceed here as white to have a winning plan. Also, when you try to do something like f5, this can just be taken. And the question is if black has a winning plan, like can she run with the king here? Or is that too slow? Because as soon as the king goes away, maybe we can trade off more pawns here and then try to make a pass pawn ourselves, I guess.
I couldn't have said it.
Is that... Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better.
Maybe we can play h5 right now. Just trade off some pawns. Oh, and she's playing h5.
Oh, sorry, I played it. Yeah, I just wanted to.
Yeah. I was like, she just did it, but it was just you.
The fortune teller. Yeah. And this and this. And same thing, right? You just want to get the flank pawn.
Because then even a pawn endgame is draw.
But you'd have to see it that way, I suppose. You'd have to make sure that's on your mind. And Harika has a ton of time to think about that with the white pieces. I mean, for sure she wants a victory, but maybe being content with going into tiebreaks would be okay. And someone in chat actually commended Divya's preparation. And I wonder if this is also going and running through Harika's mind, saying, Divya is quite prepared in terms of her opening preparation. Maybe this is going to benefit her greatly when it comes to the rapid and blitz time formats. Is this something that I want to go through? Or should I just be content with a draw in this game and so on? So there's a lot more than just chess going through a chess player's mind during a game.
Also, in this position, I'm just counting. If you take on f4, then we have to table base again.
Yeah?
Oh, no, sorry. I have another... No, sorry. I have another... sorry, position still ongoing. Yeah, no, I was still in the analysis really earlier. Yeah, no, but I think really it's really likely to end in a draw because no one is going to overextend here. Because both of them know that this is theoretically a draw. So, yeah.
Indeed. Shall we do a little shuffle?
Vaishali game?
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah, let's go to the Vaishali game. Also, YouTube was asking again for the Vaishali game. So here we are for your service, guys. What happened since we last came here? I think nothing happened. The queen took an f4. And yeah, it's Vaishali's turn here.
I refreshed just to check what's potting. Maybe we missed something, but it's still Vaishali to move. I think it's a very big decision to make. If she just grabs the pawn, as you mentioned, it might not end very, very well. With the idea of the queen f6, it's easy to miss too. Like you would think, okay, I can just defend it, but it's just an overwhelming attack that white has prepared.
Yeah, it's a must find here. She needs to play queen e2, otherwise she will lose this game.
Indeed.
But I think she'll find it.
I think so too. Since we've reached time control, do you think it's a good time for us to take our last break of today?
Let's do it. Let's refresh for the last segment and see how all the games will end in a second. I'm fine with that.
Great. Give me 1 second. I see that the boards have shimmied on their own once again. I just need to fix the overlay for our break. But yes, okay, all good. So we'll meet back soon, chat. Don't go anywhere, and if you do go somewhere,
Yes.
make sure to come back.
Your now time and let us know what you want to see next. See ya.
Bye. Hello, everyone. Oh, that was brilliant timing. Like, amazing. Bless you. Gesundheit.
Thank
Oh,
you.
wow. Yeah, welcome back, everyone. This is probably our last break of today. And yeah, just I hope we have some moves to look at, Katharina.
Yes, we do. And we also got a lot of moves in the Vaishali game, where we earlier were wondering why there are no moves coming. So a lot of moves came in here. So we can start with that maybe. Because yeah, she has been in the position where she needed to find Queen E2 check to make sure she'll not lose, because there were some serious threats that Black had there.
Yes.
So if we're gonna go back like 5 moves where she played Queen E2 check, so she found the only move here in move 42. And yeah, White played King H1. She played Bishop D2, attacking the Queen. The Queen doesn't have too many moves, so she had to offer a Queen trade. And then Vaishali went to H6, and after Rook C4, she went back to D2, offering a draw. So you will really see she she offered a perpetual.
Yeah.
Not sure if she would have gone for the draw, but I think she is definitely fine with the draw in this position here. But White decided, so Tang Zhongji decided not to go for this perpetual line. I mean, she needed to play Bishop H6, right, to
Yeah.
protect the pawn on G7. And now the bishop is on B4 again. And yeah, I mean, we can take on C5.
Wow.
I checked that with the engine,
Yeah.
which is a nice thing, because even though it might look like you lose a piece, you can still do it, because when White takes this bishop, you can just run with the A pawn, and at some point you have to take the A pawn with the rook, and then I get the bishop back.
That's true. That's very, very true. And wow, this is still a huge deal, though. I mean, it's crazy that you're a piece down maybe with black, but you have this pawn that's your literal saving grace. And this is the current position, I believe, right? Oh, no, it's not. Wait, that was your line?
Yeah, that was my line.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I thought it was like for real. And I was like, what's happening?
No, I analyzed that a little bit in the break.
Oh, I see.
So bishop
Okay.
b4 is the line, and I was wondering if it's a threat to threaten on c5. I mean, not really a threat, but you can just trade this pawn off. So if Vaishali decides to take on c5, that should be a dead draw, because then the c5 and the a5 and also all the rooks and bishops are gonna trade off. So we have an equal endgame in the end. And also we have a result. Oh my god, we have our first semifinalist. We have our first semifinalist. It's Hampi Koneru. She beat Yushin Song with a draw today. She secured a draw, and that means she will go into the semifinals, because after her win yesterday, she only needed a draw. And we can maybe look at the final position.
Yeah.
Why is that a forced draw? Why did she not keep on playing here? So did they repeat the positions? Maybe we can look. Oh yeah, they did repeat the position.
Yeah, there it is. And probably necessary as well, right? Because if she captures on f2, then a6 will fall, and this b pawn will probably, she'll try to queen the pawn. But otherwise, there's no other way to protect the b4 pawn, right? Because the queen will have to come back and forth, and so on.
Yeah, White had no other choice. I mean, maybe we can look at rook b7 for a second after instead of king c5.
Yeah, so rook to b7, and I think there'll just be a check, protecting the pawn and not allowing oh, actually no, because a6 is not under any pressure, so take the f2 pawn and then come back and check. So maybe that's the plan.
So then you're even in danger of losing, maybe.
Yeah, grabbing one more, and
okay, what happens after king b6 then? Rook takes f2, king b6. No, the
rook
line
takes,
we had
right,
after.
Sorry. Rook takes
f2,
king b6, and then.
I mean, you shouldn't be
check.
too greedy, right? If you now rook king a7. I want to play rook b6, and you cannot trade, because then I think I might be quicker with my pawn.
That's very, very, very true. So maybe in this case, going immediately.
Oh yeah, that's smart, because now you also can go 2 against 1. That should be quick enough then. Yeah. No, that's. I was just wondering, because black is a draw enough, so I thought maybe White can try this, but yeah, I think here. We're not quick enough, right?
I actually have no idea.
Or are we just...
Wait. Is this losing? Yeah, it's like losing, right? So it's white winning. So yeah, I don't think
Yeah, you
black
cannot take.
needs to take. So just going here. Or better yet, like look here.
Yeah.
And then after captures, push. And
Yeah, you can sacrifice your rook for the pawn also. The king is too far away.
king g7, b7, h5. Wow. Oh, rook b6. Check. Rook a2. So let's see what happens. And g4. Yeah, it's a draw. Okay. I had to see it. Sorry, I never trust these endings, to be honest. But it's nice to know that she was able to secure a draw and a victory in the match. Yeah. Are there any specific lines here you'd like to look at?
No, I think that was explanation enough. So if white tries to overextend, black can also like just eat the king side pawns and yeah, just go for her own pass pawns. So yeah, there's not much she could do here in this position, so she had to take the draw. Draw is still a good result against Hampi Conera, but after her loss yesterday, that means that yeah, she's out. She made it though to the quarterfinals, which is a great result for her after she beat I think Lila Yekashvili in the round 4. So great tournament so far. But yeah, shall we have another look at Nana against Lei Ting-Jie?
Let's do it. Okay. All right. Just making sure.
Because I have the evil bar up here and she's not winning anymore. What happened? Wasn't her position completely winning?
I believe so. I mean, things were looking really good for white. And now black has a passed pawn sitting on d3 for some reason. And it's actually looking quite good for black, actually. Shall we just go back a couple moves and see how this all unraveled? Right, so offering a trade of rooks, which she gladly accepted, then grabbing on h6. And now these two knights versus two bishops. I'm trying to understand what actually happened. Maybe there was a...
Yeah, the d-pawn is suddenly super strong. I mean, the line we looked at earlier was that we were winning the d-pawn, right? So she was not going for that line. She did not take on c6 one move earlier, where she would have gotten the winning end game, where she was just 2 pawns up. Instead, she's in this position where black does have counterplay, and since black needs to win, I think her chances have never been as good as in this position.
Right. I was thinking maybe there's a checkmate or something for... because if you take, is there just perpetual check for black?
I mean, right now, yeah, you can take on d7, right? But what happens then?
It's just perpetual check, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's forced
but that's
perpetual.
Not enough. Black needs to win.
Because this will lead to mate. This will probably be checkmate.
Oh, so that means in the position we have right now, black has to give the perpetual. I mean, then Lei Ting-Jie will still go into the semi-finals because a draw is enough for her. But it was so winning for her earlier, so giving this back to a draw is maybe a small success for Nana here, not to lose 0-1. So this could really likely happen. I could really imagine her taking this knight here and then making the draw like this.
Yes, exactly. But I'm wondering now why Lei Ting-Jie is really considering her options, because maybe she was a little bit concerned about even losing this game with the passed pawn on d3, but if it's just perpetual, why not just go for it, you know?
Yeah, and as you said, after we take on d7, we're just threatening mate on c7, so there's not much black can do to prevent that mate, so black has to give the perpetual here.
Okay, I think...
Yeah, let's see if it will happen like
Yeah, I think we'll have a result really, really soon there. Oh, exciting, but theoretically drawn, I believe.
I don't understand why she's not going for this queen d7 line, because that's just a draw for sure for 100%. But here what black can still play on, right? So black is happy about that move because I mean it doesn't matter if black draws or um loses, she's
Hmm.
out anyway, so now she can play on. But after queen takes d7, she could not play on because there was mate threatening, so she need to give the perpetual. But here she can play on.
Yeah, perhaps there was some sort of hyper focus on winning the game rather than just allowing herself to win the match with a calm draw today. But yeah, she's like
I mean, sure,
on
she was
fire.
winning earlier, but she's not winning anymore.
Yeah,
It's not winning anymore for her,
yeah,
so she doesn't need to take this risk here. This
exactly.
is an equal position right now.
Two bishops versus two knights. Like knight takes b3, this idea maybe taking back and then like picking up the pawn. But yeah, I think it's still going to be quite tricky to maybe just bagging on the fact that these two pawns are passed. In her mind, she could be thinking, okay, no, it's like completely winning for me. I don't have to, take on d7 and go for a draw. There's no point. So it could also be her idea of evaluating the position that way. Yeah. Shall
Yeah,
we
that's
quickly go
true.
to the game between Divya and Harika?
Yes, please.
How crazy.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that seems like a draw.
Yeah, but crazy to reach this
So
point. Wow.
that is a theoretical draw. Like you can give the check on h8, and after um, king g4,
Yeah.
you just go back to b8
And the result is
because then
in.
when there's a check on a1, you can always go to g2.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now there's mate threatening on a1, so yeah. There's also like you can also defend passively by playing rook b1. That's also possible. That's also a draw, but I think it's easier to just play rook h8 here. But both are a draw, like she needs to do one of those. Oh, they decided to play a draw.
Yeah.
This is the position. Did you just set that?
Well, they agreed on a draw. The result is in.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. I just in case you said that before, I completely missed
Oh,
it.
no, it's okay. I
Um,
wanted you to go on and still discuss it. Like, I didn't want to cut
uh,
you off. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
yeah. So we see a tiebreak. We see a tiebreak between Divya Deshmukh and Harika Dronavali. So we'll be here tomorrow for sure. So that wasn't sure because no one else was already done, but they're done now. So they will go into tiebreaks.
I'm excited
Okay,
to see
so
this. Yeah.
YouTube is asking and asking and asking about the Vaishali game. So I guess we have to go there
Yeah.
now. And YouTube is also saying Tan once again gained advantage. So Vaishali had an equal position after some drama shortly before move 40. But here it seems like Tan is in the driver's seat again. What happened? Why is she not? We saw the line with the bishop on b4. You remember when the
Yeah,
bishop was on b4
I
and we
remember.
said she can just take on c5, right?
Yeah, but I think she just maybe under or overestimated the idea of queening the pawn and not having to worry about losing the piece temporarily, at least. So she wanted to avoid any complication in that regard. And Vaishali is now down
Maybe
to
you
3
can go
minutes.
back a little
Yeah, sure.
when the bishop was still on b4.
Yeah.
So yeah, bishop b4, bishop e7. I really do think that she saw that she can take on c5, taking back, and then after oh no, sorry. After this move here, we pin the we pin the bishop, so the bishop cannot move because then always the rook is hanging. So after takes, I 100% think that she saw that, because I mean that's the line you calculate, I
Yeah.
guess. But maybe she wanted to play for a win. Do you think that might be the reason she
It-
didn't do that?
Yeah, it could very well be the case because even though material is equal, The difference in pawn structure is quite notable. All the pawns are separated, and with 3 pawn islands versus 2, perhaps black was also keeping in mind that, with a passed pawn and 2 connected pawns, maybe her chances are, not 0 to win this game. So this could have been like a serious consideration on her part. But it is a little confusing that she's gone down on the clock so much, and she's now sitting on 3 minutes and hoping to still figure out this endgame with such little time and no more additional time on the clock. So we can quickly just take a look right until the current position of what happened. F6. Thoughts?
I mean, it looks like she wants to trade some pawns, which gets her closer to the draw. I'm still surprised. I mean, maybe you're right, and she just didn't see the whole idea with the A pawn. But this would have been such an easy draw. But yeah, here, what can white do to maintain her advantage? Oh, bring the king in. Great idea. Every piece want to be a part of the party, I guess. That's a really powerful king. I mean, in the end game, the king is so powerful. If it goes to d5 next, what is black about to do?
This is tough. Black can't exactly just go ahead and take. With bishop taking, you're sort of forced to come back with the rook and guard, the pawn on g7. So it will be very, very tough for black to make some progress. Yeah, it's not easy, Katharina. I do not think it's going to be easy. And she has 2.5 minutes left versus Tan Zhongyi's 12 minutes. This is going to be super crucial right now. She can't afford to spend more than 30 seconds on a move at all. At all.
That's true.
So 2 games down, 2 games to go, and I think both of them at this point might actually be decisive, and it will be tricky.
Okay, I have the engine on right now, and it
Yes.
looks like she just played the losing move here.
Oh dear.
She had to take on e5.
Oh, and King d5 came so swiftly, so quickly. And the plan is to take, like rook g7 is the threat. King takes and picks up a pawn here with king takes e6. And that king will just be too powerful, sitting very comfortably in black's territory. So maybe g5 is forced, being protected by the bishop.
Then rook h3.
And then, rook h3. Okay.
To threaten rook h7 check with the same idea that you just said, to distract the king from defending the rook. Oh, Vaishali. She had the draw on the board.
You can let us know with the interviews during the tiebreak tomorrow what actually happened and what went through her mind, and whether she saw this idea of pushing the pawn after taking on c5. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, in case Tang Zhongyi wins this, we only have one tiebreaker tomorrow, which is Divya against Harika.
I believe so. That would allow us a lot of time to not switch between games, but focus on one.
That's true, that's true.
But I think it's fair we could stay on this game for a bit. The Lei Ting Ji versus Nana game might continue for a bit.
Yeah, we also get the moves in here really quick right now. Oh, this is looking terrible.
Chat, it looks like white is having a lot of luck in these games today.
So if black, like, you need to move your rook on e6, because otherwise rook h7. And if you move your rook, then e6 is also a big threat. This looks just, wow, so sad. She needed to take on e5 instead of king f7 2 moves earlier to get rid of this pawn, because now this pawn can just be a passed pawn.
Right. But she found rook h3 very quickly. Maybe it's just very straightforward. And
Yeah, she found all these moves there.
I wonder what happens now after rook e8. trying to defend, whether white will just go ahead and push the pawn. Because once this pawn reaches c7, it's absolutely necessary to protect the queening square. And
I agree. And if you move your e6 pawn to e8, then I can even play e6 maybe. The same idea if you take rook h7.
Yeah, so rook going back to e8, then e6. Same. Yeah, this is a very
bad news.
Tough situation for Vaishali, especially having such good results up until this point, and even a position where perhaps, I mean, we always intuitively at some point during our chess career have these moments where we're like, I feel like I'm losing, or I feel like I'm winning and I'm not sure. You can't really see the end, but it's like this gut feeling. It's like, you know what, I'm coming back in this game.
And then you're not winning, and you're like, what did I miss?
Yeah, exactly.
I 100% agree.
Exactly. So we might see a c6 or a check here, but maybe check doesn't make a lot of sense. King g8, and maybe you go like rook a7, but just to cover the 7th rank. Right, I'm quickly gonna check out the other game, see what's going on, and then come back. Okay.
It's only Lei Ting-J left.
Yep.
So, and Chet earlier said she's winning again, and she indeed is.
You want to see it?
Pawn up and her bishop.
Shall we see it? Sorry, just 1 second. Do you want to like switch and see it and then come back to Vaishali's game?
Oh yes, I thought you wanted to switch to another game.
Yeah, no, of course we can. Like we can see what's happening between Lei Ting-Ji and Nana quickly.
Oh, I thought you said let's switch to another game. That's why I switched.
Oh,
maybe
perfect.
I misunderstood.
No, I think we're on the same wavelength. Don't even worry. Okay, so the last move that was made was King G3, and at least this bishop on C2 is stopping the pawn from promoting. And even if the knight does come in, we can safely sit on D1 and wait. Well, we see that E5 might fall, but perhaps white is happy with trading at least one knight, because 2 knights, it's tough to queen your pawn, but 1 knight, you can figure something out. What do you think the plan is? Because knight takes.
For white? I mean, you don't need to take on D5 again. Yeah.
King f4. Check. Oh, King e3, okay. Let's see what happened in the live position.
The king just slowly comes to e2, and we're just gonna win this pawn, I think. King f2, king e2.
King f2. And knight e4.
Yeah, still king e2.
Oh, knight d4. Oof, lots to calculate. takes, and yeah. Yeah.
And then king e3 next move.
King e3. Yeah. That's it. Endgames are difficult, Katharina. I don't know.
I agree. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. But I think Lei Ting-J has everything under control here.
I agree. Okay, back to Vaishali.
Yes.
Please. All right,
because Lei Ting-J is not going to lose this endgame anymore, and that's important. It draws enough for her to proceed to the semifinals.
So bishop b4 was the last move.
Okay. I mean, when we look at the last moves, like, Black did not do anything. Like, she went with her bishop so often to b4, to d2, to b4, to d2. She didn't proceed. Her rooks didn't get active. They're still, like, just trying to block off the pawns. So, yeah, she didn't do anything productive here, which is really unfortunate, because now white I mean, White did a lot. She managed to bring her king to d5, so Vaishali is in big trouble now because the c pawn is just about to march here to promote, and Vaishali is not able to do the same. Yeah, so that's unfortunate.
Indeed. I like what you mentioned there. It's something I didn't even realize. She was just maneuvering the bishop back and forth, hoping
Mhm.
to maybe make strides on some part of the board if Lei Tingji, Tang Zhongyi makes a mistake. But I think she's been keeping her advantage quite consistently since, Vaishali didn't take on c5. But if we go back, like, where was the last moment perhaps there was an actual chance for a draw? Even here, maybe after this, king f3, if there was anything else, so rook e6, bishop d6, and f6 was the best. And she was building on this. Oh, taking was an idea. Taking on e5.
Oh yeah, that's what I said, that you're
Yeah?
not allowed to play king f7, that you need to take on e5. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I said that, but I was also looking with the engine. So I I got some whisper in my ear for that.
That's okay. We enjoy the whispers. Oh, right. Because now you're doubling up and you're threatening to win the rook, and there's no rook to g5. I completely missed this, actually. So even after rook takes g7, I mean, you have king f8. Now that's fine. Life is fine. Life is good.
But it looks like, again, I'm have my engine up again because I don't want anything wrong. So it looks like Tang Zhongji let it slip, but Vaishali didn't find the right move here. So let's see what she did
What
here.
happened?
So
Yeah.
Tang Zhongji decided to take on f6 to release the pressure and then play rook c2. Do you see that? Oh yes.
Yes.
And here it seems like rook e3 would have been a good way to proceed here.
I wonder what the idea behind this is. Maybe to defend the pawn getting to a3, or maybe just interceding, trying to make sure that the rooks can come off the board and not having to worry about this rook being behind a very strong passed pawn.
Yeah,
That
I
could be
think
it.
that's the point, to be honest.
That could be one thing.
But she did not play it. She played rook e1 instead.
Bishop g3.
And
wow, we might see a check.
yeah, I think that's reasonable to give the check on d1 here.
See a check, give a check, and then try to play like rook d2 to trade rooks. Because if black can have a passed pawn and then, sit comfortably on a square like a2, sacrifice the bishop, and then try to go after the pawn with the king, could be a plan. But that's just a superficial plan without actually calculating at all.
I have so much respect for Tang Zhongji playing this so fast here, right?
Yeah.
So she's keeping Vaishali under constant pressure, not letting her think longer than 30 seconds, because she herself moving so fast here.
Very, very true. Maybe now also another idea to just trade at least one, either the rook or the bishop, and have a passer. a4? What do you think? King. Rook b1, king takes, and I don't believe it. I don't believe that bishop takes c5 is even possible. How?
What is with bishop c5?
Like, somehow this is the move to make, apparently. No, that's ridiculous. I don't trust the engine anymore. I don't want to look at it. Okay, rook d2 was played. Trying to...
Okay, she's offering a rook trade, but the pawn on c5 looks really dangerous. Can she really go into this endgame? It doesn't look like it.
I don't know if there's
So,
some hope.
yeah, white can just go into this endgame here, trading off the rooks, and now playing king b5, never allowing the a pawn to move again, and our pawn is just going to c7,
Yeah,
and then even further. So
very
that's a
true.
pretty easy winning plan here.
I was actually thinking, even like if you play something like this, bishop takes, pawn takes, c6, f3, c7, f2, c8, and f1, you have queen to f8, just picking up the queen. So there's no plan on even like queening at the same time and trying to survive. Very, very difficult. And I think good chance this game is actually already over. That maybe they've shaken
you mean
hands.
with a delay, right?
Yeah, maybe a slight.
Oh, I think Vaishali is playing this until the very end
Yeah.
because she might as
Okay.
well.
Yeah, she could. Because yeah, there's other
I think
ideas
rook
of.
take e2
Mhm.
didn't happen yet, right? The last move is rook d2.
Ah,
So maybe
yeah, you're right. Yeah, this is the position. My bad. We jumped ahead. Rook d2. I'm quickly going to eye the other game, see what's happening. Okay. Okay, king's on f2. Alright, coming back. Yeah. Oh.
What can you tell us about the other game?
The other game, yeah, I mean, b3 fell, so the knights are still on the board, but the king will come to e2, capture the pawn that's sitting on d2, and then probably run with h and g. So we can check that out. We can actually go there now if you want.
No, let's
Okay,
go there.
let's go. Okay,
So
g5 was played.
what I also see here, we can also take on c5 sometimes and then just go for king e3 to collect finally this pawn here.
Yes, exactly. I like your idea of taking on c5 first, and then.
But yeah, maybe we can just also play g6 and queen our pawn. Like, how do you prevent that? Knight f5 or?
Would you take the knight first and then
because
play?
of the
knight.
But if we play g6 now and then you play knight f5, we can then play king e2. Because right now, or maybe just king e3 here.
I agree. Oh, g6 is on the board. Good suggestion. Very, very good. Wow. And just checking from the live broadcast to see if there are any moves made. Nope, white to move still. I think that Tan Zhongyi is just trying to make sure that everything is still. Hang on, like the evaluation.
Oh, she did not go into this game.
Yeah, this
so
is so
confusing. Has hope again. She did not go into the winning endgame.
This up and down is killing us. Should we go there?
Yeah, let's go there.
And on mere seconds as well. Playing a4. Finally, she gets
9 seconds on the clock. Yeah, wow.
She gets a4. And what I'm wondering here is if king b5, maybe something like this, rook to d4, not allowing king takes a4. Yeah.
Oh, you mean that you have a discovered check then?
Exactly. So let's check.
Yeah, that must have been the idea.
Again, king b5, bishop takes c5. It's crazy that this is like the only way. I don't agree. I do not agree with it.
Okay, maybe Vaishali has hope again. I mean, as long as her rook is still there, don't underestimate this position. I mean, she also has a passed pawn on the A file.
Yeah,
Maybe she can even win this position.
maybe. There's king b5. The dreaded move.
Oh, and you
Yeah,
said rook d4, but maybe then just rook
this c6.
c4.
Oh, true, that
Rook
too.
c4 looks
Yeah,
looks
you're
to
right.
be-
Oh, wait. If here, take. Okay, that. Oh, maybe. I mean, this.
This would be winning for black.
Oh, wow. Yeah. A little bit insane. Okay, that's crazy. It would be very nice, though. Very, very
And you
nice.
know the sad thing is,
Yeah.
if you take on a4 here, and then black sacrifices her bishop for the pawn,
Yeah.
then we weren't in time to trade those two pawns off, because that would be a draw in theory. But white still have this pawn on h2, which is crucial for all these endgames.
Yeah.
So she cannot go into these positions. Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. So rook d4 would have been a terrific try. Unfortunately, c6, c7, c8 is just so close to happening. Yeah. So we might see either resignation or bishop. Okay, bishop comes back. Fair enough. Putting some pressure. I think the idea is still to try and trade. Maybe.
Yeah, the problem is, as long as the right rook is on the c file, the c pawn can just run. And our only we cannot even play rook b1 and rook c8 because b8 is protected. So
Yeah.
and we can also not play not rook b7 and rook c7 because also c7 is protected. So she's trying to go there with her king, which is probably the only way.
Yeah, it's smart to move the king away because the plan maybe here is to play bishop to f4, and after takes, you want to grab on h2 and hope that your king is in time to stop it and have it be some sort of theoretical draw. But unfortunately, I think the timing is just so poor because maybe bishop f4 right now will happen, but after takes, c7, not in time. So king d7, king d8
Yeah,
here.
you have to play like king d8, and after c7, king to c8, but then your rook can slide over, I guess.
But
to
then
threaten
bishop here.
rook.
Then maybe we have a brand new conversation. Because the nice thing is this rook is cutting off the king. The king, oh, I take that back. I'm swallowing my words. Because what happens, right? So if we go back one move, we have king d8, like c7 if that's a try, and it's a draw now because king c8 depends on what white wants to do. Like bishop f4 is happening, right? Maybe.
Yeah, bishop f4 is a really important resource here.
Maybe bishop f4. Never mind. Engine didn't like it. For some reason, rook a5. Okay, confusing. Because they were saying that king d8 and king a3.
Here, by the way, in the position we have right now, after rook a2 check, there's only one move that is, I mean, white only has two legal moves, but only one of those legal moves is winning, which is king b3. King b5 is not so winning, but she found it. Yeah, now you cannot play king d8 anymore because also rook d4 and your bishop on d2 is hanging. So you need to go back to f7, which is not the direction where your king would need to be.
Oh yeah, you do not want your king to be locked out, especially with such a passed pawn. Yeah, now c7 is probably straightforward, and this idea of playing, rook around. Turn off the engine. Okay, c7, rook c8, and yeah, what do you do? Like, yeah, you have 2 pawns. Like, this is really, really tough.
Now the bishop needs to move on d2. I mean, the thing is, she also has time here, Vaishali.
Yeah. Very, very difficult. I was looking at this variation, but I saw that maybe I wasn't recording. What was it? Here? With c7, rook c8, and this idea of playing rook takes, and I mean h4.
I
And
can hear thunder outside. That's
is
so
that
loud.
thunder?
That's crazy.
Wow, I was like wondering, are you somebody moving upstairs or something? What's going on? But
No,
yeah, this is winning.
that's crazy.
We can come back to the live position. Right, here we are.
Yeah, it's very likely that both finals are gonna be China versus both semifinals are gonna be China versus India, since the last not Chinese or Indian person, which is Nana Dzagnidze, is probably gonna not make it. She has still a losing position. We can have another look at her position maybe real quick.
Yes, of course. All right.
So yeah, okay, she's just a piece up, Lei Ting-Jie. So her courage gets a reward for playing on this drawn position, even though a draw was enough for her. I have to say, I would always take the draw when that means I'm in the semifinals of the Women's World Cup. But she didn't want to take the draw in the drawn position. She wanted to play on and play for the win, and it seems like she made it. She's gonna win this position here with a piece up. So that's impressive. Yeah, so
Exactly. It's definitely worth commending, and this is why she's such a strong and renowned player. She's not at all just thinking about the result of the match or moving forward. It's about the quality of the game, and she wanted to see it through.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, but how exactly is this winning?
You just push the pawn, right? You push the pawn, because the moment that black pushes this pawn, you come back with the bishop. Yeah, or you take...
just take on e6, right? And then we can walk with our king here. And it's also the right bishop that protects the
very
square.
Important. Nice point, though. Yeah. Like, that would be so unfortunate if the pawn was if the square was dark. So very, very, very good point. And this is something you probably have to see, like, along the line, right? You have to analyze this and say, okay, I can't give my h pawn if that h8 was light. So, yeah, very good point. Nice.
100%.
Sure. It's fundamentals, endgames 101, guys. You got to make sure that the bishop you have, if it's in this situation with a flank pawn and only a bishop to promote, you have to make sure the bishop is of the same color as your promotion square. Otherwise, you're maybe doomed. It's pretty much the same as having just a king and pawn. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Zhang Yi playing with mathematical precision. Very, very true. She's been playing terrific chess. Yeah.
But in between, like she was winning after the opening. You remember she had such a beautiful bishop pair and destroying the king of Nana. But in between, Nana got to breathe again and had an equal position.
Yes.
So yeah, I switched to Vaishali's board again.
Okay.
Vaishali meant to get her rook to c8. But I mean, the plan is clear. Like white is just gonna play c7 and then get the rook somewhere to d8 or to b8 to promote the pawn.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And if you play something like bishop f4 now, I guess white can even take because then white is like white gets another passed pawn on the H file.
This is a
Like we
very
play
nice try.
king
Yeah. King?
b5 then. Oh, I mean after bishop f4. Sorry.
Oh, after bishop f4. Yeah, I was thinking also
Yeah,
like taking. But in this case, a very nice try by Vaishali. Like wanting to just block, the diagonal and not having to lose the pawn. So something like bishop f4 now. Takes, and even after c7, like king is really close to defending the c8 square. But at least there's something for white to worry about, which is the f pawn. Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
This seems a little bit over.
She did go for bishop f4 with only 4 seconds on the clock. But
Yeah.
I guess like she's like white can take and then just play c7, king b6, king b7. And we have no time to do anything against that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if white didn't have a pawn on h2, this would probably be a draw. But unfortunately, the king is now, having to stop this pawn and stop this pawn. So not very, very easy.
I actually don't think that this position would be a draw without the h pawn. After the trade.
Oh,
the
maybe
trade on
maybe
f4.
not. Yeah, maybe with the pawn still being very far advanced, it could very well be a victory here for.
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I think you would probably be better knowing better.
No, I think I'm wrong because like the f pawn then would also promote, so it would be probably yeah,
Wow.
still.
Look at this try.
Oh, Lei Ting-J just won. Lei Ting-J just won,
Oh,
so
she
Nana
did.
Dzagnidze-Lei resigned, so she's out. So Lei Ting-J is the second semifinalist.
Indeed, congratulations. So Tampi Canero so far and Lei Ting-J going into the semifinals, and I want to see if they're going to be playing against each other.
Tampi Canero is, they're gonna fight against each other, and the person who's winning here, which might really likely be Tang Zhongji, will then face either Divya Deshmukh or Harika Dronavali. Yeah, the last Georgian player was eliminated, says Twitch.
Oh, I mean, there were quite a few players from Georgia, which was quite nice. I mean, Georgia is renowned for their really strong open players as well as female players. It's amazing how they've made a huge impact in the world of chess at a top level. Oh dear.
Okay, so here we're getting this endgame, but it seems like white is just in time to get the king back, because sometimes you get a draw, but the pawn is not, yeah. You're too slow here. The king is fast enough.
I would love to think that there's a way, but unfortunately there might not be.
To get them into tiebreaks.
Yeah, it would be like a dream scenario. Dream scenario indeed. But I wonder how many moves, like it's just perfect, or like if white was one move behind, maybe it would be okay for black, like to draw this. But
that's a good question.
Yeah.
If she needs to be really precise. I mean, she does need to put her king close. Like, not every move here is winning. For example, I don't know, rook g7 here is draw.
Wow.
So you need to be precise. But I think, I mean, king d4 is a logical move as you're gonna play it. But yeah, for example, rook g7 would be a draw. So you need to play the right moves. So yeah, you have to be precise here as white.
I
but I
like this
think she
table
does know
base.
how to be precise in this position.
Yeah, this table base is like
Yeah,
my
the
best
table
friend.
base. Yeah, I saw it from the table base also. So the table base, maybe for everyone who doesn't know, we already talked about it yesterday.
Uh-huh.
The table base is showing every position possible with 7 pieces on the board or less. So they're completely analyzed until the end. So this position is also analyzed, and it shows us if you play King D4, it's forced winning. King C4 also forced winning. Rook F7 forced winning. And King B4. Why is King B4 winning? That is so weird.
King
I
B4.
guess because you need to go. Yeah, King B4 was also one of the winning moves.
Interesting.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I guess because like when your king needs to go here, it's like you same as fast if you
Ooh.
go here or this direction.
Wait, I
You
want to
know,
see what you're doing.
that's always.
I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
wait, I will show again.
Yes.
So if the king wants to
Yeah.
go to e1, it's like it takes the same amount of moves to go over this weird route, you know?
Oh.
Because as long as you go in the right direction, it doesn't matter if you go zigzag, because the king can go diagonally.
I forgot about that.
So just wanted to remind you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I guess Vaishali's gonna play something like King F2.
Yeah, probably. I mean, even like just trying to keep stop the checks, I guess. Okay, King F2. You're right. Let's go. And a quick Rook F7, trying to get the king out.
Yeah,
of the
now
way.
you cannot play like King G1 because then you cannot protect this pawn here anymore.
I feel like this
So
is
maybe
kind of
like
tricky.
King G2.
It's tricky, no? Like maybe you have to play Rook G7 is the only move. Because the moment you play something like King to E4, it might just be a draw. You push the pawn and...
Yeah, for example, after King E7, she has to play Rook G7. Yeah, this came. King E7, Rook G7, but she knows she plays the right move. And now after King F3, the king comes to D3, going into opposition.
Right.
So then after the next check on F7, we have to go to G7, blocking our own pawn. So you have to give the check on F7 now as white. You have to play precise here. We see that.
Yeah.
It's but she knows it. She plays it also so fast. So yeah, she plays all the right moves here with white.
Coming
So,
in,
yes,
I think
like
King E2,
she
right?
studied her end games.
She
here
did.
at
Yeah.
Tanjangji.
Well done.
Yeah, no chance. Yeah, she's playing all the right moves.
I think this is it.
King H2, Rook G7 again.
Oh, it
And
was
then
so
after
close.
G7, King F7, we're just in time. We're just in time.
It was so close, Katharina. So
We're
close.
so close.
Yeah. So what does that mean? We're only left with one tiebreak match for tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Divya-Harika against Harika Dronavali.
Indeed. Do you know how much time they have in between tiebreak matches to rest? Because I know that
I
it all
don't
depends.
know.
Okay.
But I mean, I guess when they finish their first game fast, maybe if they both agree, they can do the second game also faster. I don't know how the regularities are there.
This is tricky. Oh my gosh.
But yeah.
It's like you have to play...
No, you can just play... No, you can just play Rook G7, and after G2 you have King F7.
Right, that's
F2,
true.
sorry. Rook G7, G2, King F2.
Okay, you made it seem a lot easier than what was happening in my mind. I was like, King F6? but then like G2, and then check, and then here, and then King, and then Rook G7 and King H1, and it's like, what do? You can't take it. But oh,
that's also winning.
Yeah. I just got
because you have the check on
excited.
H7.
Yeah.
And then you can just play Rook G7 now and take
King
this
F2.
pawn in the next move.
We have to
Yeah, or
watch
just
out,
take the pawn.
For stalemate.
Oh, right. Yeah, I would have almost stalemated her if she went to H1 then.
Yeah. Wait, this is okay. It's winning. Yeah. So
What is she doing though?
I have no idea what's going on right now. Check.
I mean, her last two moves were funny.
Yeah, I'm. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, she
she's
wanted
going
to
from
come
the
around
others.
because otherwise it's stalemate. So you want to force the king to the F.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. I mean, GG.
I
That
think
was a
Vaishali is going to resign here in this position.
yeah, very very well fought. Wow, and a long game today too. I mean, they played
Yeah, she
for
was
yeah, long.
over 4 5 hours. Yeah, so she was just one move too slow here.
Mm.
Almost got the draw in the end, but tough game, tough game. She had the draw on the board in between, but in the end, Tang Zhongji made it to the semifinals, and Vaishali Rameshbabu, we also have it now official, is now off. So yeah, really wild games. We definitely saw so many fighting games. And yeah, so we have 3 people going to the semifinals already. That
Yeah,
is a great result for them. And that is Lei Ting-jae, Hampi Koneru, and Tang Zhongji. And we'll have one more Indian player
yeah,
because we have an Indian matchup that is not decided yet. So either Divya Deshmukh or Harika Jonawali will join them.
exactly. Which brings us one step closer to an all-Indian final, which was my prediction
Mhm.
in the beginning. But it is sad to say goodbye to the two players, Nana Dzagnidze and Yusheng Song. I think they played terrific chess up until this point. And I mean, even in these games, they were exciting, they were thrilling, and honestly, with classical chess, sometimes it can drag and not a moment. We weren't given a single moment to rest because all these games were super, super great. But yeah, they'll have a chance to rest tomorrow before facing each other because I believe it's Lei Tengji versus Hampi Koneru. And I mean, I feel happy for Tan Zhongyi, who's going to be able to rest and watch the tiebreak between Harika and Divya. Well, what do you think is going to
That's
happen
true.
tomorrow?
And
What's your
same for
prediction?
Hampi Koneru.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm still rooting for Divya.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm already for the I'm still for the younger people there. So yeah, that's my suggestion there.
Okay, I think that concludes today. And so tomorrow is the final day of the quarterfinals with the tiebreak happening. And from Tuesday, we'll be heading into the semifinals. So this is pretty exciting stuff. And thank you so much, Katharina, for being great company today. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes, can't wait to see you again and everyone who was here. Thanks everyone from YouTube and Twitch. I had a great time. So see you.
Bye.